It's a Thursday morning in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
62 degrees right now, going to get up into the mid-70s. Looks like it's going to be a good Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Rainy Saturday, but Sunday, Monday for the holiday weekend. Looks like it could be perfect. High right around 80 and sunny.
Nice.
Okay. It is 6:02 in the morning, and I've already managed to really piss Kimmy off.
What happened?
Okay, so we have a bit of an issue going on behind the scenes here, and this actually, Kimmy, fits perfectly with the story that we were going to talk about anyway. So, after everything happened with that Microsoft attack a couple of weeks ago.
The big crash.
Yep, where we were on the air for like 6 hours straight. Airlines couldn't work. They've had to build our system back together again. And as part of doing that, they moved a bunch of stuff to a new thing on the computer, all technical jargon. But the long story short is, audio that we've had for the last decade, we don't have anymore.
Hey,
We
fantastic.
have some of it, a very small percentage, but most of it is. I honestly don't know where most of it is.
You sound
I don't know.
Magic Johnson. I'm not going to be here.
I don't know if it's gone. I don't know if it's just temporarily somewhere
But
else.
it got wiped out.
Yes, it's gone. Now, not having the shows that we've done in the past is not that big a deal. They weren't that great. But the problem is our audio beds for Bitch Voice Theater and the Creep Cap have disappeared.
Okay.
So to continue these bits, we now have to come up with new audio beds. There's a problem, however.
What's that?
The people that voiced that stuff for us no longer work in the business.
Oh, wow.
So we'd have to build it back from zero.
We got to hire new people?
Okay, well, that's just it. Like, there are people we can go to get this done, but now we're struggling to find people that can do exactly what we need to do.
You know why?
Why is that?
Nobody wants to work. Nobody's working.
So Kimmy has been coming up with ideas the last couple of days.
Trying
and
to figure out some solutions.
and she's been
Even if it's temporary.
and she's been asking my opinion, and we've been having these discussions. So this morning, Kimmy comes in, and another show that works in the industry gave you a tip, and that tip was what?
There's like a service you can use that will voice things for you.
Okay, I mean, you could say it goes along with the story. You could say.
Oh, okay. It's like an AI thing.
So it's an AI voice.
Honestly, I
voice.
haven't used it yet, so I don't really know
So it's not
how
a
it
person.
works. But it could, type in whatever you want, and it'll say it in whatever voice you want.
Oh.
And you'd be surprised how many television media, like everything you watch on YouTube, most of it is like AI generated voice now. If you're not familiar with
They're
it.
not paying somebody to actually sit there and talk.
Exactly, it's a computer program. So you bring this up this morning, and I go, I'm like, I don't know.
What are you afraid of the AI?
Well,
I hear it's going to kill us.
Well, it's weird because there is a story this morning that says 1/2 of Americans believe that AI will decrease the number of jobs available in their industry within the next 5 years.
Oh.
So people are a little bit nervous about AI taking jobs away from people. I mean, that could be because it's a legitimate risk. It could also be because people are always scared of new technology. I don't know. So I had two.
Well, look what the car did to the horse industry.
And, I mean, you were around when the horse industry was cranking.
Bro, I used to love taking my horse to work.
1 horsepower. So I had two problems with the AI thing. One, exactly what we just said. I mean, this business, there's people that get paid to voice things.
Yeah.
That's what their job is. They're
Right.
good at it. And my fear is, like, if everyone starts to use AI for stuff like this, that guy who has a family and a mortgage and stuff like that doesn't collect a paycheck eventually.
Okay, that's a legitimate argument.
Okay, and maybe
All right,
that's
good.
Maybe that's me standing on a soapbox. I don't know. My second concern was these programs, they cost money.
Yeah.
Right? And right now, our company is paying for this thing. And AI is super affordable. In fact, you can do it for free a lot of the time.
All right.
But my other fear is...
What's that?
Well, if everyone starts using it,
What
it's
happens?
called the Amazon theory, the prices are low until all of a sudden the people that can do it for real are run out of business, and then the AI companies go, oh, now you need it? Guess what? Price jacked up, and then all of a sudden we don't have it to use anymore because no one wants to pay for it.
Okay.
And I had brought these concerns forward to Kimmy.
All right.
And Kimmy, you looked very frustrated with what I had to say.
Well, you're like, no, I can't do it.
I didn't say no, we can't do it.
I didn't hear any solution.
I merely presented.
Oh, girl,
we're
girl.
not doing
That's
that.
not
We're
what I
not
did.
doing
Girl,
that.
make it happen, girl.
I didn't say we're not doing that.
Let's pull a voice out of thin air.
Oh my God! I said, "Here are my concerns," and Kimmy got you got super mad at
Well,
me.
no,
So
you
you-
just like crapped all over it before we even tried it.
I didn't crap. I presented my concerns, and she's like,
Well, you make valid points. Both are legit. But she's right.
We don't have any other ways to do it
And
right now.
just because we don't use AI, everybody's going to use AI. So we're not going to be like the firewall to stop
I understand.
the advancement of technology. Wait a minute. The break room's not using this.
Wait a second. Whose voice is that on Bitch Voice Theater?
I understand. What
So
you're
I
saying.
think you're fighting the future.
Okay, no, and it's possible. I could be 100% wrong
Hmm.
here, right? I will admit that. All I did was bring up my concerns, right? And I get that you're frustrated, Kimmy. I understand that you're dealing with this the majority
Well,
of it on
I'm
your
just
own.
trying to get stuff done, and now
She's trying to make it happen.
And
man.
just trying to,
She's a working
just trying to
girl.
working hard, Pat.
And-
working hard.
9 to 5, man.
Dun, 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 dun. And by the way, my say is not the final say. I just brought up my concern here.
Well, what good does that do?
No, I just like. Can we not have a discussion in the room?
We are. We're talking.
I like-
We're talking.
Kimmy Mao over here. This is what we do. You do. I kill
Mao.
you.
Well,
She
then
does
I
not
said,
know who that is.
I asked.
Kimmy
I
Mao
said,
does not exist.
I said, well, okay. So what? I go. Do you want to do it? You go. No.
I didn't say it like that. I was like, no. I said just.
Well, it
give-
sounds like an easy fix.
It's an easy fix
Thank
if we
you.
want to go the lazy route.
It's
Okay.
not lazy. It's the only route.
No,
I mean,
no.
it's. I know it's easy, but to her point, what else we got?
I had simply said, give
And
me.
you've burned some bridges with people that we can no longer use.
I burned bridges?
Yeah.
What did I do?
Because like I'll be like, oh, I'll have this person do it. You'd be like, nope. Nope, can't have that.
Do we not have a standard on this show? Do we
No,
not have a
But
standard?
you're
I didn't think we
eliminating all
did.
the options.
Okay.
we have a standard. Where is it?
Okay, yeah. When you leave, the standard
You'd be like,
starts.
no, they suck at doing that. Don't
But
ask
they
them.
do. Like, I don't want to have somebody on just to have somebody on, right? That's called the other show.
Then we have nothing left.
Hey,
we have
this-
nothing left.
Hey, we got this guy who owns a van. Let's have him on. Hey, tell me about your van.
But here, I mean, this AI thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just figuring it's going to run our lives, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, like if there's one
Maybe
person,
it'll improve my life.
if there's one person that should be scared of AI, it's you.
Why?
Because you have no skill other than making noise.
Yeah, but that's fine. Like, I'm at the end of my life, so what do I care?
Okay, thank
Like,
you.
if AI takes over, your generation needs to deal with it. Y'all brought this on yourselves. Y'all invented it.
It's weird that we invented this that
Yeah.
could take everybody's job away, but you invented all the stuff that you think helps society.
Yes.
When in fact you invented nothing.
And you crapped on it.
And artificial intelligence has been around for 40 years.
I don't want to know what you'd have to put into like the AI generator to create a Tommy Muley.
Well, no, you couldn't because the word intelligence is in the description. 252 WCMF. After that, Microsoft attack, whatever, a whole bunch of stuff happened with our computer systems. And long story short, we lost a lot of audio from back in the day. And our engineers are trying to recover it, but we don't have our Bitch Boys Theater or Creep Cat music beds.
Yeah.
We think we may have to create new ones. Problem is, the people who voiced them for us 5-10 years ago
Yeah.
are no longer in the business. So we're trying to find new people to voice them. We are very particular about what we put on the air, believe it or not. So we were running out of options. And Kimmy heard from another show in this industry, they use an AI voice generator. And she suggested that this morning. And I had a little trepidation, a little concern.
All right.
And Kimmy
You're really downplaying the little
Kimmy,
part.
did I
The
not
second
say?
I even brought it up, I could see the look on your face. You were just waiting to tell me all the reasons why we can't use it.
I didn't say can't. I said, here's my problem.
Okay.
And I said, give me a day or two, and maybe
Yeah.
I'll come up with
And I
something.
said, okay.
No, you were doing that.
No.
Look, I live with two teenage girls and a wife. I know that look. I know
I
that
was
look.
letting you have your moment.
What moment? We were having a discussion. But, I mean, my concern is not alone. I'm not alone in my concern.
All right.
1/2 Americans in a study that came out today, what are the odds, say that they are worried in the next 10 years, artificial intelligence will take jobs away from their industry.
It's going to take over the world.
That's not what
It
they're saying.
is.
It's not going to take over
It's
the
going to run
world.
everything.
Is it going to run everything?
They said it could end the world.
Let's end it now. Get me out of here. Jeremy's going to fix everything.
Oh,
He's on
he's a
CMF.
smart guy.
Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
To create an AI Tommy, just put huh or what in the bar, and it'll make itself.
Jeremy, who's wrong
My
here?
favorite part of 9 to 5 is for about a second and a half, you don't know if you're getting Flash Gordon or 9 to 5. You're like, all right.
There's like 15 people
anyway.
that got that joke, but it was a good one. I appreciate it.
I know, it's a classic rock station. Keep up, stupids. All right, so I got a solution to your problem. It's this giant crew that listens to the YouTube stream every day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, come on, just farm it out to those people. Wouldn't you like Ben, voicing this way theater, the TMF? Or you could have Rammer, talking about my $4,000 doors as to the cream cap. I mean, do I have to think of everything here? Kimmy's the best producer in the business, but can I have executive producer credit or something?
Absolutely. If we do that's a great idea, Jeremy. Thank you for that idea. That's brilliant.
Bye, Dix.
Bye, Dix. So we can't do that either?
We can't hire.
Well,
listeners.
no, that you said it. We would have to hire listeners.
Yeah, pay them.
Yeah, and if we don't have the money for voice people, they're not going to pay Ben.
True.
And we shouldn't pay Ben to make noise ever.
Okay.
Let alone into a microphone.
I think we can all agree on that.
Okay, good. Look, okay. It's possible, Kimmy, that I rack my brilliant brain and I come up with nothing else.
I hope
and this
you
is
do.
what we go down. Okay. See, but you hear the attitude? Do you hear the attitude?
I don't know what you want.
No, I'm just saying. I thought this was a collaborative effort. That's all I'm saying.
It is. I am here to come up with more solutions.
But you're getting worked up over something that's going to be sitting there. That AI technology is going to be in that where she sits, and we're going to have to live with it.
Okay.
It's just the way it goes.
Okay. See, it's people like you.
It's like when people started fighting the light bulb.
No,
I like natural gas light. I like a good flecka in the morning.
That's not what this
Love
is
me
like.
a good candle.
This is
They killed the candle industry.
No, I'll tell you what.
Nobody wants to make candles anymore.
By the way, no, it didn't. Candles have never been more popular than they are right now.
This is stinky one.
You live in Pittsford. It's Candle Company USA. No, I'll tell you what this is. It's what we brought up earlier. It's the Amazon theory.
What's that?
Right? Because earlier, 15 years ago, when Amazon started doing online delivery and all that stuff, it was easy and it was the most inexpensive thing you'd ever
It's
seen.
only like $16.
Okay, what I'm getting at is the argument was, well, if I'm going out and buying stuff from Amazon, I'm not the one that's taken down, retail, other people. And all of a sudden, these stores started closing. And now you want to buy a pair of pants? Good luck. Now, all of a sudden, the prices on Amazon and places like that are starting to go up because they know they don't have to undercut these retail stores. So when you say us using it isn't going to lead to the industry being taken over, you're right, us just using it. But if everybody has that thought, that's what causes everything to come down.
But it doesn't matter what we think.
Okay, shut up.
It's because the man upstairs is going to say, this is what we're doing. This is what I'm buying.
Until AI costs too much for the man upstairs to say, we're buying it, and then I go, hey, you can do it yourself. Put Tommy's shoe, rub it against the microphone. There's your voice work.
You want to live a long life?
Please.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Trim your beard. And stop worrying about things you can't control.
No, but we have to control this. We have to come up with a solution.
But you have one you don't like.
No, it's not that I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's that I have ethical issues with it.
I understand.
No, you don't.
But you can't do morning radio with ethics. You have to be a piece of crap.
No, see, here's the thing.
You have to be a soulless piece of garbage.
No, see, someone
spew into a microphone.
Someone in the room has to have ethics, because if not, you have a show that ends up in 7th place. We all remember those days.
I do.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. See, we're dumb. We're dumb.
Yeah,
Kimmy's mad. We're dumb.
I'm not mad. You're the one getting very worked up this morning.
Okay. I hate how you do
I
this.
came in very calm.
Yo, you came in calm, and we had the discussion. You know how I knew she was mad? She did the dolphin.
Oh, how does it go?
When Kimmy gets mad, and this one. Did you not do the dolphin?
I don't think I did the dolphin.
I haven't heard the dolphin in a long time, and you did the dolphin.
I was just thinking, well, I guess we're not doing it then.
No, that's not. You're just not doing it then.
That's fine. That's less work for me if you don't want to do it.
I'm throwing fish at her, trying to calm her down. Mike's going to figure this out.
Taking it out on me because you're all upset.
See, oh my God. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I feel
You're
bad.
Yelling.
I feel bad that shut up.
You're waving your hands around. And
I feel
yelling.
bad that you got mad. I wasn't trying to tell you the
wasn't
idea was
mad.
bad. Oh my God. Okay, who are we going to trust here? Woman saying she wasn't mad, or man flailing his hands about AI?
I'm going to stand behind Kimmy.
You bitch.
I stand behind Kimmy.
Any woman that goes,
I am Team Kimmy.
Any woman that says I wasn't mad was the maddest she's ever been in her life.
Yeah, and I can't control that.
You immediately got mad at me for just saying the word AI.
I wasn't mad.
You go. You did the thing with your eyes.
What is the thing with my eyes?
I'm doing it.
Okay. So I got an eye thing. You sound like a dolphin.
Your eyes get really big and you tilt your head. Waiting for me to finish so you can just spew out why it's wrong.
Mike's he's got the solution to everything. He's gonna finish it up here on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey.
So I do it. I'll do it for you guys for a Ribs Arkansas T-shirt. I got this.
Look,
Presenting Bitch Boys Theater with Cadet Thomas Muley and accompanied by Furburger Patrick Duffy.
Thank you.
You nailed it.
That was really
pretty
good.
good,
That was
yeah.
really good. But
Good
we
job,
can't.
Mike.
You're too good. We can't afford you now. Our boss just called and said he's going to cost too much
Ribs
money.
Arkansas T-shirt. Throw one my way. I got this.
I would love to help you, Mike, but we
haven't gotten ours yet.
And I'm still waiting for an 8x10 autographed photo of Tommy. All right, so that's going to happen.
Go stand by the mailbox, buddy. It'll be right there.
Yeah, I've been waiting 10 years. Come on now.
Mike, great to talk to you, buddy. That was a good read.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
I do want to say, and you can guess who this is. Right. Because we did ask somebody in the building that we decided we think we could trust with this. Hey, would you mind reading the Bitch Voice Theater liner? And this person who works in radio, and has worked in radio for a long time goes, I can't do an English accent.
And that floored me because there is no such thing as a bad British accent. The worse it is, the funnier it is.
Thank you.
Like, I hope he sucks at it.
It's not even really British. It's just like a very proper announcement. You know what I mean?
But you can't destroy it.
Can't do an English accent.
I don't
Can't
know.
do it.
That,
I asked.
especially with that person's background, is shocking.
Well, way to not give it away, you idiot.
No, I just said person's background. There's a million backgrounds in
There's
this
a million
building.
backgrounds out in the world. Maybe AI is a good idea. We got a dynamite AI Tommy kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. We would have a Bitch Voice Theater, but as you just heard, right, we have issues with our beds, so we're going to have to wait on that again until AI comes in and takes all of our jobs.
I even wore the outfit so you can make fun of me.
What do you want from me?
I put the red shoes on.
No, yeah, that outfit is the one that stands out.
You kill every outfit I put on.
That's the point.
But this is a killable one, more so.
Just after 7 o'clock.
What?
One bed we do have still.
All right.
Where they whining.
Oh.
And Where They Whining on Tuesday, we had an interesting read from a person that was upset that all of the neighborhood kids were coming and eating all of the food that they have in their refrigerator.
Oh, yeah.
They were feeding all their friends, right? And we figured out where it was. It was in Hilton. We'll recap that. But we got a Facebook message from a woman who was dealing with this exact same issue. All of the neighborhood kids were going to each other's houses and eating everyone out of house and home. And one woman in the neighborhood came up with a solution.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
An awkward, uncomfortable solution.
This is so good.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, it's breakfast time if you're on your way into work.
Oh, yeah.
And there are 1,000 different places to get breakfast.
Sure.
But every day it seems like there's fewer, and that's not by accident.
Wait, they're cutting back?
It's not that the restaurants are closing. It's that some of these places have decided breakfast is not for them because breakfast might be the hardest meal to get people to try at your place because this juggernaut that has put a lot of money and time and effort into getting you to eat breakfast at their joint looks like they won't be doing it much longer.
They're done?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Oh, it's delicious. And the best deal. Really.
It's also the meal you're most likely to skip.
Oh, yeah. And you shouldn't.
And it turns out that even if you are someone that eats breakfast, you are set in your ways, it seems, because every restaurant that tries to start a breakfast menu struggles.
Oh.
So much so that even this massive national chain that has been pushing breakfast hard looks like they might be wrapping it up.
No kidding.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. It's a bad check story, Tommy.
Bad check?
Yes, but it's how and where he wrote this bad check that leads us to believe maybe, just maybe, this wasn't intentional. It was an accident.
Okay, I've done it, but it was intentional.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break. Yeah, in the break room on CMF. So Taco Bell locations have decided in the state of New York to give their franchises the option to cut breakfast out.
I didn't know
completely.
Taco Bell was doing breakfast.
What? They run commercials every 15 seconds.
It was like a big launch.
Oh, it was?
So it's been a big launch for like 5-10 years. This is the
With
second
the-
attempt, Kimmy.
Breakfast burrito?
Well, breakfast taco. So they started.
I don't really know what's on the menu, but yeah, I know they definitely have breakfast options.
When they first launched the breakfast menu, what was it, like 5 years ago, Kimmy?
I don't know.
Was it before COVID? They offered a whole bunch of stuff. They would have it was a waffle that was a taco that had breakfast stuff in it. There were burritos. There was like sweet stuff. They had a full effing menu.
So nobody's buying.
Well, then, and nobody bought that.
Right.
So they decided we have too much stuff. We're overwhelming people.
Okay.
So we're going to cut it back. And they rolled out breakfast for the second time a couple of years ago. And for some reason, that hasn't taken off either.
All right.
I'm shocked that you didn't know Taco Bell did breakfast.
I wouldn't think of that. Doesn't sound appealing to me, like going to Taco Bell and grabbing breakfast.
Why?
But to me, like McDonald's nailed it.
Oh, yeah.
Egg McMuffin.
Sure.
Perfect. It's all in there.
Yeah.
I get a cup of coffee. I get a hash brown. I'm done. That's like a traditional American breakfast.
Okay.
I don't think I want like an egg taco in the morning.
Why?
It doesn't sound good.
Sounds delicious.
I mean, it sounds okay. But obviously, I'm on the right track because nobody wants your egg taco.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, like if you're going fast food breakfast, Taco Bell probably not top of mind.
No.
but it's weird because
And I didn't even know they had it.
the breakfast options do look delicious, but I
Yeah.
can admit that I don't think I've
I
had
don't think
breakfast
I'd
once
go.
just to try it. And it was like years ago, and I don't go to Taco Bell on a regular
Yeah.
basis for breakfast.
I mean, McDonald's is the only one that does it right.
No, what are you talking about? I mean, Tim Hortons does good breakfast. Dunkin' does good breakfast.
I mean, they're all an imitation of what McDonald's set up.
I'm thinking like, let's say you're heading out on a road trip and you're going to stop and grab some, car breakfast. I don't think Taco Bell is going to be somewhere you're going to look to stop.
No, I'm with you, but it's
And
just
it's hard to eat in the car.
Yeah.
a taco. I don't know.
It's too
Taco.
hard.
It's the same thing as
It's going to end up in your pants.
It's actually easier than a McMuffin. You
no,
Probably.
because a
keep-
taco
no.
breaks up. The McMuffin holds
taco
together.
Does not make you. How would you know you've never had one? You just keep the
I've had a
wrapper around
taco.
the
I had a
back.
taco last night, and it was delicious.
Yeah, where was that?
At your mama's house,
Yeah,
and
we
it got
went
all
so-
over my pants, baby.
Why are you doing the big
I was
bopper?
running for the border.
Doing the big bopper at the end.
Hello, baby. Will I do what to your taco?
Shut up!
Oh, I'm just gonna enjoy a taco, baby.
Gone too far.
Okay, so it's possible that people think that the Taco Bell menu is not
right.
appetizing, right? It's also possible that breakfast is the most regimented meal of the day.
Yeah, I think everybody gets into their groove.
Right, and it's past groove, right? Like most people are going the same route every morning.
Yeah.
You're passing the same places, and you normally try to give yourself enough time for how long it would take to get your breakfast from the place that you go to. Any change from that plan could mess you up bad.
No deviation.
Exactly. So even if the breakfast menu at Taco Bell looked absolutely delicious, if you have to drive 5-10 minutes out of your way to get it, well, that throws your entire morning off. I mean,
Yeah.
are you willing to wake up an extra 5 minutes early to go get Taco Bell breakfast? And it could also be true to the point you made
What?
that we're just used to certain kinds of breakfast foods.
I mean, a standard American food. Doesn't it freak you out when you see what other countries eat for breakfast? You go, "Ooh, I wouldn't touch that."
So I thought, okay, when we went to England last year,
Ooh, I had a jolly old breakfast out there in London town. They put baked beans next to the ham and eggs.
English breakfast looks
They
disgusting.
call it bangers.
English breakfast looks disgusting.
Yeah.
I had it once. I would eat it every single day for the rest
So
of my
what
But
exactly is it? It's beans and
So they have-
Eggs, eggs, sausage,
But it's
tomatoes.
blood sausage. It's like a really,
I didn't eat the blood sausage.
but it's like a really
Yeah.
dark sausage.
Yeah.
It looks like a dead dong laying in your plate. And they do things with like roasted tomatoes.
Yeah, that
too.
was good too. And I don't even normally like tomatoes.
But I wouldn't get up in the morning and go, hey, let's fry up some tomatoes.
But that's the point I'm getting
Right.
at, right? Like you say Taco Bell doesn't look appetizing. You haven't tried it. I didn't think that was appetizing. I would eat it every day for the rest of my life.
All right.
But like you bring up the Egg McMuffin thing, and I agree with you. The Egg McMuffin is delicious.
It's perfect.
Okay, but there's the standard breakfast food other than the breakfast sandwich, donut, bagel.
Yeah, some kind of baked good.
I would
like a
argue,
muffin or something.
yeah, but I would argue the bagel is the most common of all American
It's
breakfasts.
risen
Yeah.
to the top.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
And the bagel sandwich.
Okay. It's weird that we haven't seen breakfast technology change like we have with other meals.
fusion.
Well,
Yeah.
But I think to your point, people are in such a routine in the morning that they just want their go-tos. Like I don't know how many people are willing to switch up a morning routine or try something new for breakfast.
'Cause you want it easy.
Other meals of the day, you're willing to go out and try something new. I don't think a lot of people want to do that in the morning.
You want it quick and easy.
So you're saying that, okay. Well, to that point, we got Facebook messages coming in. Again, we're talking about how Taco Bell is telling their New York locations you don't have to do breakfast if you don't want to do it anymore. And it sure seems like breakfast is going away at Taco Bell, despite the fact that they have spent a fortune in advertising and curating a menu to try and make breakfast work the last couple of years. To your point, Brian writes us, it's simple. If the coffee is good, I'll try breakfast there, and I don't trust Taco Bell has good coffee. So, like you said, you'd be willing to sacrifice quality
think
for
about that.
convenience, right? So, like, are you willing to sacrifice the quality of your food for how good the coffee is?
Well, I'm coffee first.
Okay, I know you're coffee first, but you also don't eat, like, traditional breakfast foods. Kimmy,
Yeah.
you have a place that has really good coffee,
Yeah.
bad breakfast versus bad coffee, good breakfast. Where are you going?
I think I could do. I'm not like I'm not really a coffee snob. Like unless that coffee's really bad.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So
like
average
the coffee upstairs. I'm probably skipping that option.
AI makes that coffee. So, so you would go regular coffee,
If it's
delicious
just a
breakfast.
standard cup of coffee, nothing special about it, I'll still go there for the breakfast.
Okay.
I hate you.
But no,
I thought we were like coffee bros.
We are. Like I said, if it's bad coffee, I'm out. But if it's just regular coffee, just, nothing special about it, just a standard cup of black coffee, I'm fine. Like you won't even drink gas station coffee, and I'm
No.
fine with gas station coffee.
No,
I would think
I don't eat their sushi either.
when it comes to coffee versus food, I would think that coffee matters for most people,
Oh, yeah.
only based on the lines that you see. Because like Starbucks always has a line out the door. I don't get their food menu. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, you want the smallest, weirdest thing that kind of resembles a sandwich that was around for like a day 2 weeks ago? Here's your breakfast. It's on ciabatta. It's an egg that was laid from a Peruvian chicken that we keep in a 120-degree hothouse.
Yeah.
Here it is. He's right here. Say hi to him. He speaks. He also speaks English. Hello, chicken.
Wow.
That's what I mean.
Bilingual.
But like the fact that people line up around the
Yeah.
corner for that, you
Because
can't.
the first thing I want in the morning, if you're a coffee person, you don't care about anything but that coffee. Like I get up, I march to the coffee pot, and
Okay.
it's like an altar. Like I kneel to this thing.
No, I will choose breakfast for my family solely on how good. Like I love going to Tim Hortons solely for the breakfast
Yeah.
sandwiches: pretzel bagel, sausage, egg, and cheese.
All right, that's tasty. Good Canadian breakfast.
It's delicious.
A hearty pretzel bagel.
E. All right, let's take a break. This guy's in some trouble.
Oh, jeez. What happened?
Well, I mean, he was writing checks his body can't cash, nor his bank account.
Yeah.
And it's weird that he would try to do this if the allegations are true at this specific place, because it's like the one place that knows exactly where you are all the time. That being said, maybe he didn't try to do this. And even if it was an accident, it would be a weird place, Tommy, to try and beat the bank.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of money.
And I don't think you can do it anymore.
We'll get into it, tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's rare you see people arrested for this day and age. There are so many other ways to pay, Tommy.
Yeah.
That most businesses won't even accept these as payment anymore. That being said, if the allegations are true, it has to be a mistake on his part. Because if he did it on purpose, this place was not going to allow him to get very far.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. If you heard Where They Whining on Tuesday, you heard a person whining about how all the neighborhood kids are coming over and eating the food at their house, right? And it basically became a question of how do you stop ravenous teenagers from eating you out of house and home?
The age-old question.
Yes, and teenagers that don't even live in your house. So we didn't actually have a discussion about that because we were trying to figure out where they whining. But after the segment on Tuesday, we got a Facebook message from a woman who says that her neighbor figured out how to cover the cost
Oh,
of
so
this.
she's got it covered. All right. Wait, cover the cost?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What, a cover charge?
You're laughing, right?
I'm making a joke.
I mean, I've never seen this before. It certainly would help you pay for the stuff. It would also make you, I think, a social pariah. We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A 26-year-old man from Parrington.
A young guy.
Yeah, 26. He's in some trouble, Tommy.
What did he do?
Well, the story started exciting for him. It sounds like he bought himself a car from a dealership in Ontario County.
Okay.
Took a drive down to Ontario, came home with a car.
Beautiful.
And Tom, you know how exciting it is to have a new ride?
You're getting a new car. Come on.
Well, the excitement didn't last long.
What happened?
You see, he wrote a check at some point to the dealership.
All right.
And that check bounced.
All right. It happens.
The 26-year-old had a warrant issued out of Canandaigua and was arrested without incident for passing that bad check. He has been charged with grand larceny, meaning the alleged check was larger than $1,000. He has a court date coming
All
up.
right.
So, Tommy, here's where the story's a little strange for me. It says the check was written all the way back on April 25th. It says in the charges he knowingly cut a bad check to the dealership. There's no way he tried to commit check fraud with a car dealership, right?
Especially for that size, because
Yeah.
usually by now they would have called to see if that money was. I would
Right.
be if the money is there in the bank.
Yeah.
And number two, I would be suspicious if I saw a 26-year-old with a checkbook, because I don't think any 26-year-old needs a checkbook.
No,
Like that's
I
my
disagree.
generation.
You're right.
Who's writing a check?
I see what you're saying, but a 26-year-old could be living in an apartment where, like, they may be more likely to be writing checks for utilities and things like that.
I thought that was all done.
Yeah, I thought you just get a money order if you had to do anything.
No, I mean, in all my apartments I lived in, we paid the landlord in checks.
Yeah, but that was how many years ago? You old. Were you going back to the
I-
90s?
It was only 3 years ago when I lived in an apartment.
No, but I mean, you are an elder millennial now.
Yeah.
So maybe he's right.
You're a
But
silver
no, but
millennial.
I know I'm an elder millennial, but like there was other than paying in cash, how else would I have paid my landlord?
I just figured, and no young people need checkbooks. Like that's like having a savings account with a passbook account. I'm gonna write my ledgers down.
Kiwi doesn't even know what a passport
Right,
account
that's what I'm
is.
saying. It's like it's ancient.
252 WCMF. Do kids have checkbooks now? Because Kimmy, like when I remember I couldn't use the bank for a while. I would pay my rent with money order. I
Yeah.
would go down and
Yeah.
get the money order and pay for it that way.
But to think like he was going to write that check over $1,000, you said, because
Well,
of
yeah,
the charges.
Yes, yeah.
And the dealership goes, okay, and doesn't like call the bank.
Well, and what's weird about it is even after, let's say he wrote that check intentionally bad, which
Yeah.
the charges say he did. The car dealership is the absolute single place you cannot bounce a check because they have literally all of your information.
so
Right.
many
Right.
background checks,
Yes.
and yeah, like they go through all your information.
They got your address, phone,
Yeah.
social, driver's license number. You spend a bunch of time there so they can give you a great description. They
Yeah.
also have cameras all over the place so they can hand that to the police. Unless you disguised yourself and all of the information you gave them was fake, there is no way you will get away with this. Which I guess brings us to the definition
Yeah.
of knowingly writing a bad check versus unknowingly writing
Right.
a bad check. Like, did he write it knowing it was going to bounce?
Which is fraud.
Okay. Or did he write it knowing the account didn't have the money in it then, but he thought he would have the funds to cover it by the time the check cashed?
Okay, which would have created a scenario where, let's say the check bounces, but you know you got funds coming in.
Yeah,
You could go, hey, can you just redeposit it? The money's coming.
sure.
They go and redeposit it. It bounces again. the bank says, I ain't taking, don't send me this check again.
Sure.
And now the dealership's stuck with a dead check and no car.
Which I guess is a possibility.
Right.
Right.
Which would force them to call and to go get their money or their car.
Okay, so then would writing, because you used to call it beat the bank, right?
Yeah.
Writing a check where you think you'll have the money
Yeah,
eventually.
you got paid on Friday. You wrote that check Wednesday or Tuesday. Sometimes you really try to cut the corners tight.
Is that technically check fraud?
Oh, yeah, it's totally check fraud.
But, okay.
I literally sat there and wrote a check knowing I don't have the funds, hoping the bank will deposit that check, but it won't go to my account till after Friday.
Okay. So we were committing check fraud over and over and
Oh,
over
yeah,
again.
and I can remember Friday because everybody went to the bank on Friday with everybody got paid on Friday back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember like you wanted to get to the bank and get that deposit in and sweating it out to get your check, get it into the bank to cover your ass.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, when you hear intentionally cut a bad check, you think the guy was like, ha, 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 and signed it knowing there would never be any money in the account. If he was playing beat the bank, I don't look at that as the same thing.
I agree, but it is. Technically.
Okay, what now?
I ain't no
what are you-
bank, but
What are you, Tommy Law now all of a sudden?
Oh,
I'll tell you
Tommy Law.
something, Kurt.
back on my day, we did check fraud the right way with respect.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We were talking about this 26-year-old kid from Parenton was arrested after police say he cut a bad check to a car dealership out of Canandaigua. He's been charged with grand larceny, meaning the check that he bounced was for over $1,000. But what's strange is if you were going to intentionally cut a bad check, the worst place to do it would be a car dealership.
Yeah.
They have all of your information. Let's talk to Todd. Hey, Todd, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
Yeah, I'm under the impression it wasn't like when you think dealership, it probably wasn't an official, like one of these big super dealerships, like a Honda dealership. It was probably a fly by night, one of those small time guys.
Oh, Rush
usually-
owned dealership. Gotcha.
Yeah, I bet you it was a used car lot, and usually anything over $1,000. I bought a few cars in my life, and they usually will request an official dealership will request a certified bank check usually.
Okay. I mean, but
They
Todd,
don't
even
trust anybody.
if it was like a, as you put it, fly-by-night dealership, I mean, if you're registering the car at that dealership, they're going to have your name, social,
think of
driver's
everything.
Yeah,
license
they'll still have
number.
your info.
I mean, you can't bounce the check on him and get away with it.
Oh no, he was wouldn't call that the Einstein of finance there, but
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
maybe we'll get the Einstein of allegories coming up next. Todd, thanks for the call.
Good.
Thanks, buddy. I would call the Einstein of,
Yeah, thing over there.
what do you call that?
Yeah, the car stuff.
A lot of bottles over there.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, listen, I worked for a pizza place in the 1980s. I remember they stopped taking checks because the college kids would open accounts and they all bounced and they would take off and close the account. It was too much money to go after them. I cannot believe any dealership, even a small corner type dealership, wouldn't ask for a cashier's check to begin with. This is on the dealership as far as I'm concerned. I have a checking account. I use it for utilities and a few bills and that and whatnot. I cannot believe. I don't even have a debit card, though. But, I mean, I write checks, but I've never had a bounce check in my life. So,
Hey, Jimmy, I don't remember asking if you bounced a check. Jimmy, no, like you bring up the whole they wouldn't take a check. I mean, part of being a car dealership is also making it as easy as possible for
Yeah.
the customer, right? So I would understand why a dealership would say, yes, we'll take a check, because you're not going to think they're going to bounce a check for a down payment on a car.
when they when they usually, from what I know about dealerships, they'll take here's $300 or $1,000 on a down payment, and come back tomorrow. Your car will be ready. They go to the bank and make sure that money's there.
Yeah,
They
I
don't-
mean, I
dealerships-
understand. I understand.
I mean, I wouldn't take a check from you guys. No offense. I wouldn't take any checks from people. I believe in cash to begin
I'll take
with.
checks. I'll take them. You can send them to me if you want them.
Cash is king in Jimmy's world, buddy.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, you're good, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. In case anyone was wondering, Jimmy's never bounced a check.
Jimmy
Did
don't,
I- did
Jimmy
I-
don't bounce, and I don't care.
Did I hear him say that college kids were paying for pizzas
Yes,
with checks?
back in 1980s.
Okay.
Back when he
All
was
right.
delivering pizza.
Okay.
Which is a brilliant move, by the way.
I-
You open
I
up an
was like, I
account,
never
you got
thought
nothing
of
in it,
that.
you cut a check, free pizza.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? The most surprising part about this story, going back to it again, 26-year-old guy arrested after police say he intentionally cut a bad check to a car dealership out in Ontario County. He's been arrested for grand larceny. It doesn't say anything about the car being repossessed.
Oh.
Right? So I guess it's possible that the check wasn't for a car at all, Could it have been for a repair
Oh,
over
it could be,
$1,000?
yeah.
But it does say the check was written to a dealership, not a repair shop.
Well, no, but it could have been the service department
I understand.
inside a dealership.
But normally those are two separate businesses at the same time, right? You cut the check to you don't cut the check to the dealership, you cut the check to the repair shop. Don't you want to know how much the check was for?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because like if he was trying to play beat the bank, there are different levels of balls in the amount of money you can do that with, right? Like it's one thing to cut a check for $75 and hope you have the cash in there.
Yeah.
It's another to cut a check for like $4,000 and just hope for the best.
And your transportation depends on that?
Yeah, yes. Because, I mean, when you put it that way, I guess I understand more why he would try that.
He's desperate.
Yeah, I mean,
I just need wheels. He's living out.
Well, he was from Parenton. It says in the story, he's from Parenton. The car dealership was in Ontario County.
All right.
Yeah.
Damn. I feel bad for the kid in a way because I've been there.
Okay,
You've
but
been there. I know, but
he could have intentionally ripped his business off.
I know, but like sometimes you're just so goddamn desperate, and like you're just pinned.
Okay.
And you're gonna do. When you get pinned, you're gonna do stupid stuff, especially at that age. Because I don't want to make out that this kid's a bad kid.
Okay, he's 26. It's amazing to me, Kimmy, where kid falls
Yeah.
based on the
well,
story.
I just assume anybody to you under 40 is a kid.
Well, no, because we'll do stories.
Except you for some reason.
We'll do stories.
Because your attitude. You got old.
You admitted yourself. You'll call a 42-year-old a kid.
You have old lady attitude, all the time.
Yes, I do.
See, just like that. Yes, I do.
No, I've agreed.
Clearly, I do.
Oh, that's weird. You were on her side a second ago when I told you she was in a bad mood this morning. And then I go, watch out. You go, no, I went Kimmy's side. Now she's taking it out
Well,
on
I
you.
like AI Kimmy. I don't like this Kimmy. Like, if we had an AI Kimmy, that'd be great.
Let's take one more call. 25.
AI Kimmy would probably beat you up. AI Kimmy would not have the self-control.
Joe's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Joe, where you going with that bounce check in your hand?
So, anyways, last August, we went to Van Bortle Subaru in Henrietta, and we wanted to buy a new Wilderness. We worked out a deal. Sticker was $42. We had our trade-in, haggled for a day. We went back on a Friday. The difference was $33,000, and we wrote a check. Within an hour, we were out the door with the vehicle.
Okay.
All they did was take the time to show us why they had to put 150 gadgets on the dashboard of a Subaru.
Okay. So you're saying they take
No background check, nothing. Out the door we went.
But they didn't take your information? I mean, bro, you had to register the car at the dealership, though, right?
They had our information. Obviously, yeah, they licensed it and put it on the road for you. But what I'm saying is, went into the place on a Friday at 11 o'clock. By 12:30, we had given them a $33,000 personal check, not a cashier's check. And out the door we went with the brand new car.
Yeah. And
so, these big companies, to blow a hole in that other guy's theory, it's not, the big companies are taking personal checks, and I guess you're on your honor system knowing they got you if you bounce.
And even in that case, right, like if they deposit the check that day, you probably wouldn't know if the check is good till Monday. So
Well,
you
you got Big Joey rolling in with 33 large in his pockets, baby.
Yeah, 3 days to get to Florida and sell it to Tommy's sister.
Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Can I ask a question?
About Joey coins?
I like Joe a lot. I like Joe.
Who doesn't like Joey?
Why every time cars come up, does a guy have to tell you the exact price he haggled the car down?
Because he wants to say he wasn't taking no gruff off of Kitty Van Bortle, baby.
Let me tell you about we're talking about bounce checks.
I left, came back.
They wanted 43 haggle for a day. I got a day in me, baby. I looked her in the face. I go, hey, listen, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't happen.
They're gonna find these kind of deals in the papers, baby. Joey coins.
Come on.
I'll write you a check right now. No big deal. Baby, go out to the car and get the checkbook.
All right, let's take a break. It is Thursday. We are still dealing with technical stuff we talked about this morning, so we are on our Bitch Voice Theater hold.
All right.
We're holding, but we may need the entire time here to discuss this situation.
What happened?
Well, summer's coming to an end, thank God.
What do you mean, thank God?
Thank God. Well, no,
sucks.
If you got kids, they're going back to school, and that's going to
That's a
save
good
you,
thing.
yes, a hell of a lot of money in entertainment and food especially. And this all comes off of a Where They Wine and post that Kimmy read on Tuesday, because there was someone who was furious that their friends of their son were eating all of their food.
Yeah.
And it's a common problem that parents that have had teenagers have dealt with for 100 years. It seems there is no solution. Until we read this Facebook message from a woman that heard the show on Tuesday.
Okay.
Because she says that a neighbor, mother of a friend of her son, had a way to stop the bleeding with the bills. And it's what she requested of everyone else in the neighborhood.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a question that has plagued parents for a century.
What's that?
And it's one that has nothing to do with your own kids. No matter the answer, it's going to cause problems. If you say nothing, you spend a fortune. If you say something, you could look like a massive dick.
Yeah.
And proof of that is what this woman says a neighbor sent to her when they decided their child had racked up a food bill that needed to be taken care of. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Normally, we have Bitch Voice Theater here, but as we explained this morning,
We had no bitches today.
I'm sorry, we have no bitches. We have no bitches today. So we're working on that. We're working as hard as we can. Just after 7:25, 7:30, you're not going to like this.
I'm sure of it.
No, you're not going to like this at all because it's a man who says being able to drink as much as you want in this specific spot is a really bad idea, and he has numbers to show that it is costing millions of dollars.
In what?
I'll explain. Just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, if you are a regular break room listener, you know, someone that's cool.
Yeah, man.
You caught Where They Whinin' on Tuesday. And in that Where They Whinin', you heard a post from the town of Hilton begging for help with one of the oldest problems parents face in the summertime. Neighborhood kids eating all of your groceries.
Yes.
This is just some of what this person was upset about on Tuesday.
Guys, I'm at a loss for words. For the third week in a row, my son's friends have cleaned out our pantry within 24 hours of our weekly shopping trip. $250 down the drain after one sleepover. I'm about ready to put a padlock on the fridge. What are other parents' policies on letting your child's friends help themselves to your food?
Okay, you can pull that down there, Timmy. Thank you. So we spent that discussion trying to figure out where the post was from because that's a goal of Where They Whinin'.
Yeah.
And we told you, Hilton. But after that was all over, we got a bunch of Facebook messages from, it seems, parents who have been on both sides of this.
Oh.
Tommy, it's hard to know what to do here.
Okay.
And this Facebook message we have in front of us shows some parents may be willing to go to the extreme.
Wow.
Anna writes us. I know.
Anna?
Wow. Anna writes, quote, "My son is in college now, but when he was 15, the mom of his best friend, out of the blue, texted me an itemized bill for all of the food she says he ate at her house. The boys were playing lacrosse and basketball every day, so of course they were working up an appetite, but her son was also cleaning out my fridge when they were at my house. I couldn't believe it, and it made things very awkward between our two families. I ended up paying it to keep the peace, and I couldn't tell my son to stay away from this boy who he had been best friends with for years, but I didn't want to be around that woman or my son around that woman. I saved the text. I'll keep it forever just for something to laugh at." And she sent along a screenshot of this itemized bill.
No kidding.
Bro, it's from the notes in iPhone.
Yeah.
And it's literally itemized like down to
How
the penny.
much stuff is on there?
So, okay, I'll give you a couple.
Okay.
It's roast beef, $3.50. Box of Hot Pockets, $5.25.
The whole box.
I mean, he is a 15-year-old
Yeah,
boy.
I guess you're right.
Sunny Delight, $3.
Sunny D.
Box of waffles, $3.25. And it goes down from there
All right.
for a grand total of $27.75.
So is that over the week's time, I guess?
I do not have a
Yeah.
time period to give you.
All right.
But she sent.
I don't
this-
think I'm chasing down $27.
You think that money's not enough?
No. I mean, because it makes you look like such a chintz ass.
Unless she was sending a bill for like $27 to every kid in the neighborhood.
Yeah, like splitting it up.
Because if that's 5 kids, now you're looking at like $150.
I mean, that I could see maybe, but I would just like, it's a bad look for you to say, "Hey, man, your kid ate at my house. You owe me."
I agree with you. But on the other hand, it does cost an insane amount of money.
Not only the cost, but I'm thinking for most parents, it's the inconvenience of like opening up the fridge and it's like, oh crap, I gotta run to the store. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
You out of pockets, baby.
You out of pocket.
You out of pocket,
He's out of pocket. He's hungry as...
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
You're going
Kendrick
on multiple grocery runs a week, only to be surprised every time you open up your fridge.
And like, look, I will say this because I do have memories of being 15, 16 years old.
Yeah.
You had no regard for anybody's
No, but he ate like a machine.
family meals.
Well, it wasn't just me.
He's not alone.
Look, it's not only that I had no regard, Kimmy. There was no full. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. I could eat until all of the food was gone and then go eat more food.
I know. I watched you.
There was
And between you and your backup boy there, your brother.
Backup boy?
Yeah.
Bro, no, like my poor parents, man. All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What do you do when you're being eaten out of house and home by your kids' friends? Because, Tommy, there aren't many options.
Well, I mean, as far as how do I recoup the loss of my roast beef?
Well, if you're going to at all, I mean, the best move, I agree with you, is just to let the kids eat.
But I would scale back what I keep in my house as far as what is available.
Oh.
If I know this is happening,
Okay.
I'm going the cheap route. I'm going your Aldi's.
Well, no,
I'm
but-
gonna
well,
go
no,
get. I'm gonna get you roast beef that is questionable.
But that doesn't keep food in your house. You
No,
know
but
what
I would lower what I'm spending.
I know
But
what you're
it's-
saying, but I don't know if that doesn't really solve any
By
problems.
the way, you're assuming that these people aren't already shopping at these places.
All right.
My parents were shopping at those places. It didn't mean that like they weren't saving money by me eating all of it. And by the way, the roast beef at Aldi's quality roast beef. It's quality Aldi's roast beef.
Why'd you say it twice?
Okay, it is. It's delicious.
Yes, it's that good.
I ate. I grew up fine. Okay, so wait, your thing is to just buy cheaper food.
I would go like.
Hey, everybody struggling. Tommy says go buy cheaper food.
I would go
Solution.
chintz. I would go like chintzy beef, and like low end.
Chintzy beef was one of my favorite porn stars in the 70s. Okay, that's not an option because a lot of people are already doing that.
All right, so I'm already down to Price Busters, whatever the hell it is.
Price Busters. Da-na-na-na-na.
Okay, so I'm down to that, and there's so what do I do? I got to be a bouncer. I got to like charge a cover to come into my house.
That's what I'm
like I'll set
asking.
up a stool.
That's what I'm
hide
asking.
the food. That would be the only solution where you don't have to.
You can't
worry
hide
about
food.
a
How you hide roast
confrontation.
beef? Where you hiding it, lady?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna be walking funny.
Maybe not so much the stuff in the fridge, but the snacks you might be able to find another spot for. I don't know.
Look, I mean, the numbers we see now with grocery stores, right? We've seen people shopping at different places in, like, we haven't seen in years. They're already trying to stretch their food budget. Maybe it's different now than it was back in the day where folks could just, like, allow people the kids to eat whatever they want. Like,
Yeah.
maybe you legitimately can't afford it. But at the same time, Tommy, I agree with you. This Facebook message where the woman is charging her son's friends seems like the wrong thing to do. I mean, if you had a discussion with the other parents, like, hey, do we all want to chip in?
Like you got to come up with a neighborhood food budget.
I mean, is
for
that
the summer?
Is that the worst idea? I mean, what's the other option? Let's think outside the box here because this is a serious problem. Like, if you all threw in $20 a week and split the food amongst or
but
had
then
like one
I guess
house.
you would have to have somebody like taking control of that situation and going shopping, distributing. You'd have to all agree on what's being purchased. I don't know. It sounds like a good idea in theory, but I don't know how many people would cooperate and make that an easy thing to do.
Okay. My mother might have come up with the actual solution here.
Yo mama.
Which was?
It's hard. It's hard, but all right, well, tell you in a sec. 252-WCMF. Folks are waiting on hold. Facebook message we got from a woman off of our Where They Whinin' from Tuesday with a person from Hilton who's bitching about how all the neighborhood kids, their friends, were eating them out of house and home. What do I do? Anna writes us and says when her son was 15, she got a bill from the mother of her best friend, or her son's best friend, for $27, and I got the bill in front of me, $27.75 itemized for all the things he was eating at the house. And she said it was awkward and uncomfortable, but she paid it just to get rid of it. But it made things weird.
Yeah.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good
man.
to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not doing the where they whining, or not where they whining. Bitch voice, theater voice over. Just because you guys don't want me to anyway.
Nobody asked you, Ben,
Anyways.
but thank you. Hey, Ben, are you willing to help us design a cure for cancer as well that nobody asked you to do?
Yeah, I'm too dumb for that.
Yeah, we got it.
What?
Anyways, so when I was in high school, I was the kid that would always come over, but what they would do with me is they would feed me the leftovers from like the previous week, so which I had no problem with. I didn't care. I was 15, 16 years old. I'm going to eat whatever you put in front of me.
All right.
He's leftover
And
Ben.
then also, my parents actually did put a padlock on the freezer because we had venison in there, and that's all me and my younger brother wanted to eat was venison. And
Wait, they put a
Yeah.
padlock on the freezer?
On the
Just
deer
because
meat.
of you guys?
Because of the deer
Yes.
meat?
Just because of us. Because we'd wake up, for lunch, we would want to eat venison for dinner or like pre-dinner.
I do like babies. I'm kind of.
I wake up from my midday nap. Jonesing for some venison.
I wouldn't think you'd have to worry about that with a bunch of teenage boys because they're not cooking that. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
you
has
got-
to. I would think the
Break out the
easiest
skillet.
meals and snacks go first.
I don't know. Venison's the best.
All right,
That's what I always went for. But yeah,
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy.
padlock idea is a good idea.
Well, it's funny. I can't.
Could you think of you as a 16-year-old kid cooking venison?
No, I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Yeah,
Yes, I would. I
all
would have
right.
made a
Yeah,
venison sausage.
like you're chopping onions
Yeah,
and getting
like-
out the oils and everything.
Oh, I just would have fried a sausage.
Oh.
Oh, all right.
By the way, Ben just brought up the padlock. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Blake writes us, my mom put a padlock on the fridge, locked the fridge. She worked around the corner and would come home for lunch and unlock the fridge for us. Now I hear this, and I'm living on my own, and I understand, but my brother and I got made fun of a lot because of it. They called us the padlock pad. Is padlock too far?
Yes, you look ridiculous.
I mean, it would be weird explaining that to other people. I locked my kids
Yeah.
out of our food supply.
It would weird me out if I came to somebody's house and I saw a padlock on the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Extreme times call for extreme circumstances.
It's not that extreme, man.
Bro, you don't know what it costs to feed kids. You don't.
know what it's like to be poor, Tommy.
You don't?
I had nothing.
We didn't.
Nothing. We had one slice of roast beef. We had to pass it around. We each got to lick it once, just to put the taste of beef on my lips was enough. Thank you, kind sir.
All right, it looks like this padlock.
You sound like you're raised in the 30s.
No, bro, but that's just it. You don't have to be on the balls of your ass to understand how much of your budget is chopped up by kids, especially not your kids, eating your food. By the way, going down the padlock road, another Facebook message. Christine writes, my husband rigged up a master lock with a combination on the fridge and freezer, and my oldest daughter was the only one with the combination. I would take out breakfast before work. She would open the fridge twice a day for her brothers for lunch and a snack, and I would pay her an allowance to keep the combination a secret.
It's like you're running a prison system.
It is.
It's
very complicated.
My God.
How many padlocked fridges do
I
they
don't
sell
know.
fridges with padlocks already
They should
built
make
in?
them
Well,
built
do they?
in.
I think they do make refrigerators that you can lock at certain times of the day, right? It's for people to stop themselves from eating at night.
Is that true?
I'm almost
like,
positive that
fatties?
exists. Like you can
That would
lock
be
the
trying to lose weight,
fridge.
maybe?
Yeah, they're fat. They're fatty. So, like, you would have to have, like, eyeball recognition or something, like, to open it up.
That seems like it's going to mess your kid up down the road.
It's sad, man.
Padlock
Don't
in the
do that.
fridge.
Feed your child.
Okay, so my mother might have come up with the
Yeah,
best
so what'd she
solution.
do?
Okay, so it got to a point when I was in high school, and my mom worked at Wegmans at the time.
Yeah.
She would bring home stuff every night just to make dinner and to eat the next day.
So there wouldn't be anything hanging around.
You got it, yeah. Yeah.
So she shot basically daily.
Yeah, it's essentially, yes. It was like she was an old
Yeah.
Italian woman going to the market, right? And it must have been a pain in the ass, but she rightfully knew, right? Like,
Yeah, just cut off the supply.
yes, it's like cocaine. The second that she put groceries in the fridge, those groceries are going to be
All
gone.
right.
And my poor mother, she's a saint, right? The angriest my mother ever got with me, both times I can remember, involved eating groceries as a teenager.
Yeah.
One time I ate an entire family Encore Salisbury steak frozen dinner.
That's that big, deep dish.
Yeah, it was 6 Salisbury steaks. And
In gravy.
Yes, in gravy. And I ate it all by myself with a half a loaf of bread that I was like sopping up the rest of the gravy with. Oh, man, that was good.
Man, the amount of salt you took in one sitting. Oh, my God.
Bro, I will never forget, man. It was after football practice. I was just starving. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll make this. I put it in the oven. I take it out. She came home. She was going to make it for dinner.
Oh, God.
Right? And she lost it. But she got even more upset. There was one day I ate an entire box of Eggo waffles for lunch.
For lunch.
So that's
For
like,
lunch.
what, 12?
I can't. It was bigger than the regular box.
So it's a
There's-
full sleeve.
So it
there's
must have been
8
like family size.
That's
Yeah.
got to be 12.
No,
That's got to
no.
be a full sleeve of
Yeah, because
12.
normally there's 8, but it was a
Yeah.
bigger box. So they
Alright.
were the cinnamon Eggos, which are the best Eggos.
So you just were popping them in and eating them like, what, candy?
So we had a 4-burner or 4
Yeah,
four
toaster.
toaster.
Yeah.
Right? So I started with 4.
Wait, you
Doing
ate 4
8.
at once?
Well, not like at one time.
Nah,
You
but
just ate,
yeah.
And then I have another 4. So it probably was 12. So my mother comes home, and I left the empty box in the freezer.
Oh, my God.
You were
What
such
a dick move.
I know.
My mother comes in. She comes home from work. Hi, I hear. Slams the freezer shut. She comes around the corner. I'm in the living room. She's got the empty box of Eggos. And she goes, "Did you eat these? Did you eat these?" I go, "Yeah, I ate." She goes, "You open them up and ate them?" I go, "Yeah." She goes, "I see ya rolling up the waffles like they're doobies." And she's serious.
Doobies.
Like they're doobies. And she's like on the verge of like crying. She's so upset. And like, I was like 16. It was the funniest thing I had ever seen. I couldn't help but laugh in her face. I laughed at her face.
Poor mother.
She said rolling up the waffles like doobies. How do you not laugh at that face?
I would too, but goddamn, man. What a pig.
It's not uncommon.
Thank
I think
you.
every parent, especially
Boys
a
are
parent
little
of
pigs.
teenage boys.
But they're pigs.
Like, I remember my brother and his one buddy, they wouldn't even heat stuff up. They would just eat it frozen out of the, like, they would eat those Eggo waffles frozen.
How?
I don't know.
That's disgusting.
We had like these bagel dogs, these frozen bagel dogs that my parents would buy. That, like I said, they would just take it out and eat it frozen. Like maybe they'd pop it in the microwave, but they didn't even wait long enough for it to be like all the way warmed up.
What does that do to your system?
No, we all seem fine now, right?
No, but you ate like 12 Eggo waffles. I bet you they've never studied a human being like at the Duke Institute of like waffles.
The Duke Institute of Waffles? Where can I sign up for that school?
But what it does to you. Like, I don't even know what it does to like your turds. I want to know what a turd looks like after it's processed an entire Salisbury steak dinner for 6.
I'll tell you this. When I was a teenager.
He probably didn't poop for days.
Well, no, I'll tell you this. When I was a teenager, every time I pooped, it hurt.
It would have to.
Question.
It would have to hurt. Like those.
Ow.
Like your turds had to, what is that? It had to look like a baby's arm holding a plum.
All right, so we have no answer other than locking up your fridge and
hiding
only
the
buying
food.
stuff for that day.
I think your mother's right, though. Just cut the supply off. Like, just have a day's supply of food in the house.
But then it
you have
doesn't
to
do
shop
anybody any good.
Well, you have to shop every day, but you're not blowing through all your budget.
And it also costs you more money, right? Because you're not going to be able to spread the ingredients over a couple of days.
Right.
So, and my mother worked at Wegmans at the time. Like she was
So she
able
could
to
walk
leave,
home with it.
Which, well, yeah, and it still sucks. She still had to spend an extra 40 minutes after work where she worked. But like, yeah, I mean, my wife, if she's working all day, right? Think she's gonna leave her office, stop at a grocery store?
I have one quick question.
Sure.
Do girls eat like boys at that age?
Not like boys.
To
Go
the
ahead.
extent, yeah. No, I remember like I had one friend who was known to clean out people's leftovers.
A girl.
What?
A girl.
Yeah.
Oh. What?
Wait, why? I don't know why you would say that, knowing what you have sitting across from you.
Where's
I had one
Leftovers?
friend. I had one girlfriend that was known to clean out an entire fridge of leftovers. I don't. You know what? When it comes, my girls will clean out the fridge.
Yeah.
Of the stuff that they like. That's what's unique about it. My daughters are
Oh
picky.
yeah, I will say like I was probably I could snack, but it was only certain things.
Right.
I didn't eat just anything.
My brother and I would eat
Yeah.
whatever was in there. Where my girls will, if they like it, they'll clean it out. If they don't, they'll leave it.
Okay.
So, got that.
So
going
if you
for
got
us.
boys coming, you're screwed.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Locusts. I mean, that's the perfect description. They are like locusts. Tommy, you're going to get very upset.
What's that?
Look, I just need you to listen to the point this man makes. And
I
you
take
need
it all
to
in.
hear the numbers that he has to
Yeah.
back up why we need to change this here.
Yeah.
Because airports are stressful places.
They are.
And you are allowed to drink your stress away at the airport for as long as you'd like, pretty much.
Yeah.
They're rarely going to cut you off.
$2 if you want to double it.
And that's become a problem.
Why?
Well,
They're making money.
no, money. The money's coming
The
in.
money's pouring in.
But the airlines are actually losing money.
Well, how?
Because when you get drunk passengers in the air, bad things happen. In fact, we now have numbers to show how bad things have gotten. And there is a proposal from a gentleman who says he knows how to fix it. He's not taking your booze away.
All right.
But I mean, this like wide open thing.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you're not going to like this. What, doing this show? Put your headphones on for God's sake.
I had water in my pants.
Do we know where the water came from?
My water bottle.
Okay. You're not going to like this.
Whatever.
But this man is 100% right. And he has a plan to make getting on a plane much less dangerous.
Well, that's good.
Not like dangerous like the plane won't crash, more in a way like passengers won't have to hold down someone for the duration of the flight. Because when you stand back and look at the system we have now, it is insane that this is unregulated. And there are now numbers to prove that it's causing a major safety and financial issue.
So what's the problem?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can hear our sexy voices.
Oh, boy, they're sexy.
How'd you like to see Tommy's sexy outfit today? You look like a kid going on a yachting lesson that's been standing on the dock for 60 years. You can check out Tommy's yachting outfit on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. At YouTube and Twitch, it's the Break Room WCMF to check that out. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. And Friday night, there is an event at Three Heads Brewing that honoring our coworkers here.
Oh.
Scott and Sandy down the hall. They've been on the air for 25 years together.
Amazing.
Which, I don't know how they do it. It feels like 25 years every hour with you in this room. But they'll be celebrating their careers on Friday night at Three Heads, so go check them out.
It's a big night.
It's a huge night for them. I'm happy for them. They're good people. Good
Congratulations.
people. And that's all at Three Heads. So go see our friends at Three Heads Friday night with Scott and Sandy from The Buzz. And also keep listening to us. Screw them. All right, great. When you jump on a flight, there are things you see at every airport. You go through TSA, that's going to be there. You can get a $9 bottle of water at that Hudson newsstand.
I know.
And there will be an airport bar that will serve you all you'd like to drink.
And usually it's packed.
Yep. Well, that last part could be changing.
And it's open early.
He's not even listening.
I'm listening.
Like, he's thinking the
It's
bar
open
and he
early.
stopped listening to what I'm saying.
He wants to tell you the hours of operation.
The all-you-can-drink plan at the airport might be going away.
What do you mean? Well, I'm paying. It's not open bar.
I would think the prices alone kind of prevent some people.
You got a
from doing
budget.
that.
Okay.
You
But
cut back on other things, like nutrition.
Are you familiar with Ryanair?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's an
They're a discount, but they're European.
Yeah, a discount Irish airline. So the CEO for Ryanair says something needs to be done about drunken passengers.
How the hell is the Irish airline cutting back?
well, that makes more sense.
If the Irish are worried about it, it's a major problem. So fun fact, the number of, quote, unruly passengers on planes has been on a steady increase for the last 5 years.
Oh.
Right now, there is one unruly passenger incident for every 480 flights.
That doesn't sound like a lot.
Until you discover, in the U.S. alone, there are 45,000 flights a day. One in every 480
Yes.
flights.
Your chances of running into an issue like this on a plane are pretty high.
So this man has a plan to cut down on the problem.
What I say?
He is proposing
This Ryanair guy.
Yes. He's proposing a 2-drink limit for every person that walks into an airport.
So that's airport. That's not even just the flight.
No.
That is-
It's from the start of your flight to wherever you're going.
Okay,
You get
so
2
in
drinks.
air.
Yeah, no. 2 drinks even at the airport.
Oh, so it's 2 drinks
From the moment you enter
into the airport. That's
to
it.
your destination.
Yes, from the moment you enter TSA.
How do they track that?
Yeah.
So he has a plan.
Oh, I guess they could track it with your credit card.
No. He says if you want to drink, his plan is this. If you want to drink, when you go through TSA, you have to say, I would like to drink, and they will give you a pass book, much like a passport, where they will stamp your pass book. And once you hit 2 drinks, you can no longer be served again at any airport or on any plane. And this man says there are legit consequences to the system that we have now. Not just people being scared by someone going nuts, but those incidents that we see on video all the time on social media have caused massive delays for airlines.
Oh, yeah.
Flights need to be redirected to different cities. People are forced to stay on planes while the cops come on and arrest the suspect after landing. That screws up the route for that day. It causes passengers to miss connections. And he says it costs the airlines a fortune every single year. You're making a face.
Yeah, man.
Why are you making a face?
You're messing with my groove. Like, I like getting to the airport, especially if I have. There's nothing better that if you get to one of these big airports. Like, if I fly from here, let's say I leave here at 6.
Yeah.
I'm usually at JFK by 7:30.
Okay.
I can find a place to have a little morning something and my coffee.
Yeah, you can get your 2 drinks and you're good.
No, but then I got all day. I like to have a little something at lunch.
Yeah.
Or pre-lunch. There's just something about having cocktails during the day It's fun.
Okay.
How many would you say you drink, though? I mean, like, how many do you put down for a trip somewhere?
I bet
like
you
a
if I
one-way
have
trip.
when I was single, nobody was monitoring me.
Yeah.
It would be nonstop.
Okay.
But, like, what's not, like 5?
All right, so when I used to fly out of here on JetBlue, I would be in West Palm Beach by noon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would already have 4.
Okay.
So you literally are arguing this man's point.
No, but I wasn't stopping anything or hurting anybody. I wasn't causing delays. I was contributing to society, the alcohol society.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Are you cool with the 2-drink air flight minimum? And again, that's on the ground and in the air from the moment you enter TSA to the moment you end up at your destination. Look, man, he's right. It's insane that we've had this system for as long as we've had it.
Because we were all cool at one point.
No, we weren't cool.
No, back in the day we didn't have
were
this
we?
stuff. Yes.
Or
Everybody dressed nice at the airport.
maybe they were just as high. The planes just went down at a higher rate. Because look, it's insane you're allowed to drink at the airport at all.
Why? Why is that insane?
Think of all the things you're not allowed to bring into or do at an airport, right? But get totally blasted is not one of those things. And don't call and make the argument that the airport bar will cut you off, because they rarely do. I've never seen it. Have you ever seen someone get cut off at an airport bar?
I've never been cut off. And usually when I go to the airport, I'll order a scotch.
Yeah.
And then it'll go $2. You want to double it?
Okay, he always brings up the
I know the
$2.
double.
Well,
I
because people
always
don't
double
know.
it.
It's one of the best deals. So I would usually have 2 doubles.
In one
So, like,
sitting?
4 drinks.
So you're having 4 drinks at the bar before you get on your plane.
And then when I'm in flight, I would just ask, when they come around, I would ask for 2 because it's just those little bottles, right?
So from the moment that's a serving. So from the moment you entered the airport till the moment the plane touched down in West Palm Beach, you had 6 drinks.
No, because I get one more of those. So I would have 8 drinks because I would get another double. I would do 2 doubles at the airport.
Yeah.
2 in flight.
Uh-huh.
And but I was also eating a bag of chips. So I was balancing it out. And so I would have 8 cocktails.
Yeah,
8 shots, not 8 drinks.
No, that's a drink. Old man
drink.
rave. Okay,
Barely enough to wet your lips. You call that a drink?
252 WCMF 252-9263 252-9263. The CEO of an Irish airline
The Irish are disappointing me, man.
is proposing
Y'all were cool.
a 2-drink maximum from start of your trip to end of your trip when you are flying. He says that the unruly drunken passengers have become a serious problem. Again, 1 in every 480 flights has an unruly passenger incident in the last year. There are 45,000 flights a day just in the United States. So that is a hell of a lot of people. And he says it's costing people time, it's costing airlines money, and something has to change. And I know your argument, Tommy, every time we talk about drinking in an airport. People are tense. They need a drink when they fly.
Take the edge off.
I do think a lot of people drink because of their nerves.
Okay.
Which
a little
would make me, I guess
glow.
my question would be, if you made this a minimum, maybe it cuts down on unruly passengers due to alcohol, but are those people going to replace it with like medication and drugs that like also make them a little wacky?
If you have a prescription, there's nothing you can do about that. By the way, you're also assuming those people aren't taking drugs and drinking at the same time.
Yeah.
Which could
I didn't
be
know that was an option.
causing that thing.
Yeah.
Look, the argument that people are tense is also an argument against alcohol in airports, because adding alcohol to a tense situation is not good in any other aspect of life. It's literally fuel on a fire. And the airport magnifies every issue you already have. Vacations are stressful on a relationship.
Oh, yeah.
You want to fill those people with alcohol?
Relationships are stressful in relationships.
Delayed flights will cause people to be late or miss events they paid a fortune to be at. You want to add alcohol to that situation? And then after they're
Am I
nice
supposed to be answering these?
and then after they're nice and drunk, you put them in a metal tube, 10,000 feet in the air. By the way, most planes only have 2 employees, and those employees most of the time are women and small women because they have to fit up and down the aisle of the plane. And let's hope for the best. It's dumb, it's dangerous, and it needs to change. And this is coming from a guy here who hates to fly and loves to drink.
I know you do.
Bro, like if I got drunk and freaked out on a flight, are there any stewardesses, 2 of them, that you think can hold me down?
Well, those dudes could.
What dudes?
The dude,
Stewards?
stewardess.
Okay,
Steward dude.
I was just flying. I didn't see a male steward on any of my flights
Really?
the entire trip. Yeah, it
I've
was all
seen
women.
male stewards.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean they're there, but
Yeah.
they're more rare than.
Well, they're also slight men. I mean, they're not big burly guys. To your point, you can't
They're
be
like
like
a bunch of Tommies.
yeah, you can't have Richie Incognito serving you drinks with his big sausage hands.
That's what I mean. Like you're built to be a steward, right?
I'm built to fly.
I feel like that would be like your dream job, actually.
He's already got the shoes for it.
No, but I did get into the booze.
Okay. But like think about this. Like let's say I got drunk, freaked out on the plane, which is possible because I hate flying. 2 of you could not hold me down.
Well, they could if they had like those stun guns. But
Don't-
yes.
Okay, thank you. 252 WCMF. I mean, there are other options, I guess, other than drinking.
But don't spoil us all. I mean, hurt us all.
Don't punish all of us.
Yeah, that guy. That's the guy I'm thinking of.
Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. Man, I hate to fly too, and I hate this idea. But
Yeah, you
I don't
sound
understand
drunk all the
time. Shut up! I just woke up. I'm late listening to the break room today. So, I don't know if it's different between different airlines because I flew to New York City a couple times with my buddy, and he brought a Ziploc baggie full of them little bottles, and they didn't say a word, and we just drank tons of it.
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. It's not implemented yet. This is a proposal
Yeah.
to implement the 2-drink limit.
Oh, okay. Well, my other buddy, he quit drinking on his own because he was out of control. I'm really proud of him. And he works on the road. Like, he's home like 5 weekends a year. He's just always in another state. And they flew him out to Alaska. He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms in the airport before he got on the plane to Alaska.
Oh, my God.
Seems like a bold move,
Why
not knowing
would-
where that's going.
Why would you do that?
That's what I said. 'Cause I eat mushrooms commonly or whatever, but I don't want to be in a plane and I'm walking on a mushroom. Oh my
Yeah,
God!
that seems
Well, you're
like
eating
a
them
bad
commonly.
idea.
So.
Would you like some constant mushrooms? No, I'll take the common ones. Thank you.
I definitely don't want to be the guy next to him because he's probably just
No.
watching porn on his phone or something.
Oh, jeez.
Skylar, thanks for the call, buddy. I can't think of a worse drug to take
Yeah,
on
that
an
seems like a
airplane.
terrible idea.
Oh,
Yes.
my God.
That's if you can even find your way to your plane.
So it's funny, talk about this CEO of this Irish airline proposing the 2-drink maximum every air travel flight you take. And again, it's from the moment you leave your destination to the moment, or your departure to the moment you get to your destination. They talk to other people in this article who think this is a good idea. And they specifically cite airport lounges as to why this needs to happen. So for those, you're familiar with airport lounges.
You talking about those like VIP lounges?
Yes. So they used to be just for first class passengers, right? And it's like a club you go to, and it's all you can eat and it's all you can drink. So then they made them just for international passengers. And then within the last couple of years, depending on what credit card you have, Chase, American Express.
Like one of the benefits
Yeah.
they sell you on.
Yeah, you
Yes.
have access.
And in almost every major airport in America, they have these lounges, and you get to walk in and eat and have an open bar. An open bar at the airport. And the lounge thing has become so popular. There are now lounges in major airports you can just buy access to.
Yeah, you can just pay to walk in and
Yes.
drink.
So it's like $50, and you can drink to your heart's desire.
And it's worth it. You talk about bang for your booze buck?
Tell me how that's responsible.
Well,
I do.
I'm trying to have some fun over here. Mr. Responsible.
Is that your argument?
Yeah.
You want a bunch of people that
I'm using his voice.
$50, and they're going to walk in and just drink their faces off?
I want that.
Okay.
But I guess my question also is there would have to be, I mean, everybody's travel time is so different that like I can understand maybe putting a 2-drink maximum if you're just, it's a quick trip, quick flight somewhere, you're not going to be stuck in an airport or on a flight for all that long. But like if you're somebody that's like traveling internationally or traveling cross country and you have maybe a stop or two where you're going to be worried about layovers and things like that. I mean, like that's a long time to spread 2 drinks.
That's just too much, Pat.
Okay, so maybe you do it by hours. 2 drinks for every 6 hours you're traveling.
All right, I could live with that.
That's fair, right?
Where does that get me to?
It doesn't get you drunk.
No, where does it get me to? Is like a trip. Let's say
Coast to coast. So if you're traveling international, I mean, so like when
Yeah.
we flew to Europe, it was 6 hours.
All right.
So I mean, it was from JFK to London was 6 hours. So halfway through my flight in the middle of the ocean, I would have been able to have another drink.
All right.
Is that fair?
That's not bad.
Okay, I think that's a good
All
compromise.
right, okay,
'Cause
okay. See, we can't. But if I take a longer flight,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get to start over again.
Yeah. But
Why?
at that
We
point,
reset.
it would have
You're flying to Thailand?
spaced it out more.
Yeah. Well, let's say I'm gonna go. Let's say I hit the lotto.
Okay.
I'm going to Hawaii.
Okay.
I'm flying out of here.
Yeah.
I think 2 drinks every 6 hours I should be able to get. There's probably 12 to
Yeah.
14
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, that's fair because you're not going to get drunk 2 drinks every 6 hours.
But I can double those.
No, that one double would be 2 drinks.
No, but when I order, I can get a double.
Yeah, that's 2 drinks.
That's a drink.
That is 2.
One
drinks.
glass.
Man, y'all are ruining stuff.
Who's y'all? It wasn't my idea.
No, it's all
this guy's
y'all.
idea. Who's
Your
all y'all?
generation is
What
ruining
i-
things.
What is my generation?
Everything's goddamn organic.
Bro, when I look
everything's
at-
got a backstory. I got a goddamn beer with a pelican doing card tricks, and I can only have one of them apparently.
When I see
Stay at
those,
home.
old man wave again. That's 2 in this break, by the way. You're almost out. When I see those people freaking out on planes, they don't look like me, man. They look like guys your age. I want to shake your hand. I want to shake your hand. That guy wasn't 30.
Now every time, but I gotta say, I've flown a bit in my day.
Sure.
I've never had an. Have you?
No. No. I take it back. When we were coming back from.
I mean, I've been very lucky.
Yeah, no, there was a woman, she got on the plane. She was hammered drunk. Got on the plane.
Oh.
There was an issue before we took off, and they escorted her off. So
Right.
she did make it in the air.
At least
but
they
if she-
caught her.
Yes, but she would have caused an issue.
I like to think I'm a very responsible drinker.
fine.
Now.
Again, yes, there are people that can handle their alcohol. There are also a lot of people that can't.
All right.
So unless you want to take a test where, the airline watches you drink and sees how you react.
I would sign up for that.
Let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. Ryan's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ryan, how are you, buddy?
Morning. How are we today?
Good,
Chief
good.
Reese, how are we doing this morning?
Good.
Good. What would be worse, Pat just regular drunk on the plane or Pat drunk on the plane trying to do his act to try and calm himself down, try and calm the people on the plane? Nothing?
No.
Did I lose you?
No.
Did I lose you?
We heard
I worked
all of it,
on that
Ryan.
all the way in the car.
Ryan, we heard
I
all
worked
of
on
it.
that in the car.
Uh-huh.
Man, all right. I didn't.
You should have a
That's
drink.
it. I'm
You should
out.
try. Yeah, no, have it. Bye, Ryan.
Was he like working in between that?
I don't know. Just work on his act. That's what you should do. All right, let's take a break. There was a story that broke yesterday that had Bills fans furious.
What happened now?
It's a disrespect to Josh Allen that we never saw coming.
Oh.
And as angry as we are as Bills fans, I got good news.
Oh.
This is the best thing that could have happened this offseason to the Buffalo Bills. Buckle up for Atomic Josh Allen.
Atomic.
Next in the break room on CMF. Oh, you made a mistake, NFL.
What'd they do?
You made a big mistake.
They poked the bear.
Look, Bills fans are upset, and valid to be upset with this.
Yeah.
But this is good news more than it is bad news. And it's funny because the way the headline's written, it makes it sound a hell of a lot different than it actually is.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. The Bills kick off the NFL season, their NFL season, a week from Sunday. And all that's left to do is read what everybody has to say about what people think about the upcoming season. Yesterday, a poll came out ranking the most overrated player in the NFL. And the number one overrated player, based on a poll of current NFL players.
Wait, so this
It's
is
like
a poll
survey,
of players?
Yes. Was Josh Allen.
Damn.
Joshua Patrick Allen.
So do they give any reasons why?
No, they don't. It's just a straight up poll.
All right.
Yeah. At least if there were, I didn't see reasons that were
no,
given.
I just saw that what the number shook out to be.
Most overrated player in the NFL, Josh Allen.
I mean, there is some valid points to be made.
You say another word, I will chuck this Sharpie in your giant skull.
Okay, so let's take opening game last year, Monday night against the Jets.
Sure.
He throws 3 interceptions in that game where they already took out the other quarterback. They should have won that game.
What does that have to do with him?
He threw 3 interceptions on national TV on opening night.
No, I hear you. I watched on Christmas Day Patrick Mahomes throw 4 interceptions against the Raiders. Is he the most overrated quarterback
No,
in the
because
NFL?
he's got 3 rings, man. You don't.
Shouldn't the most overrated quarterback be the guy that ran out of the tunnel with an American flag ready to start and be this team's savior, only to go down like 2 plays later?
Great question.
Shouldn't that guy be the most overrated quarterback?
You cited the guy who went down as the reason why
I
Josh
mean, like
Allen is
all
the most.
the hype was
Thank
on
you,
Aaron
thank you,
Rodgers
thank you,
leading the
thank you.
Jets to victory.
I mean, he hasn't closed out anything yet. You haven't gotten to a championship and won it.
Okay.
You haven't got to the Super Bowl and won
Okay,
it.
you're gonna make this. So he's the most.
I'm
overrated
not
player.
saying he's.
No,
the
you
worst.
are. You're saying.
But I mean, he's not perfect.
That's not what the question is. The question is who's the not most perfect quarterback in the NFL.
So you're saying
I guess you can make an argument for Josh Allen. I don't think that he would be the most, though.
all right. So who's the most overrated quarterback who hasn't got a Super Bowl? Ring?
Justin Herbert, Patrick, Joe Burrow. You can make an argument for.
All right.
I think they said Tua and
Jalen Hurts was the
Jalen
second
Hurts
one, the
were
quarterback
in
for the
the
Eagles.
second
Right.
place.
But I don't think Jalen Hurts is overrated. And I mean, I wouldn't say Joe Burrow is overrated, but I think there's a better argument for him
So
than Josh
who would you
Allen.
say is the most overrated quarterback without a Super Bowl?
Justin Herbert,
All right.
the quarterback of the Chargers. And now here's the thing. You may be listening to this and hear us tell you, the players voted on this, so there has to be some truth to it. Let's keep in mind that same group of players rated Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill as the best player in the NFL, and that's laughable. Because if you're starting a franchise, Josh Allen being named the 12th best player in the NFL this year, Tyreek Hill number 1. Who are you taking to start your franchise?
Well, you're going to take Josh over Tyreek.
Okay, so then how is he the number 1 player? Then how is Josh the most overrated player in the NFL? Also important to note.
What's that?
This was a poll of over 1,000 NFL players who were asked this question, who's the most overrated? Josh Allen won with 11 votes.
Yeah.
Ooh, he just squeaked it out.
Pretty
I'm
spread out.
saying
Yeah.
less than, that's what, 1%?
I don't know. Something like that.
So it was only 11 players that said Josh Allen was the most overrated player in the NFL. But the headlines yesterday, Josh Allen, most overrated. See, I told you.
All right, so
I
it's
mean,
not
I guess
too bad.
I kind of knew a quarterback would end up on that list because it's, those are usually the guys who are the most talked about on a team. Makes sense.
Sure.
So you're thinking it's going to put a flame under his ass.
This is the best thing that could have happened to the Bills right now. I mean, a Josh Allen that feels slighted is the most dangerous Josh Allen. And we've seen it over and over again. For example, Josh Allen was named as only an alternate to the Pro Bowl, I believe it was 3 years ago, going into the playoffs. It was the Patriots playoff game at home. And he went out and pitched a perfect game.
Okay, so this is all going to work out
It's going
to the advantage.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
He's
That's what I'm saying. Bro, piss Josh Allen. Okay. Mark my words, bro. He even referenced it yesterday because not only was he named the most overrated player, he was also named the best trash-talking quarterback. Right? So Josh put out on Instagram, awesome, I'm paraphrasing, awesome, I was named the number 1 trash-talking quarterback, which means he saw the overrated stuff.
I want to know what Josh Allen says. Like, is he Is he like a clean trash talker? Like, remember how they'd mic up with Phillip Rivers?
Yep.
And he
He's a
did a lot of
Christian.
trash talking, but it was all like stuff, like PG. I want to know what Josh Allen is saying to other guys when he's, celebrating in that moment.
It's not PG because there's been a couple of times where he's been mic'd up by the NFL, not the Bills. And they've released the audio, and there's a lot of bleeps in there.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of bleeps in there.
Not the golden retriever we thought he was.
But I love that. I mean, you see it.
I'm with you.
No,
I want to know what he's saying.
You know it ain't clean because you can see the reaction from the guys.
Yeah.
Even when you just see their mouths moving and their heads bobbing on the field, like you can see in their face, like, do you really just say that?
Oh.
Did you really just say that?
Yeah, he does look like a sweet kid.
Yeah.
Just
I
don't get in
can't
his way.
picture mean Josh.
Yeah, he's got a baby face.
It's always the ones you got to look out for.
All right, the baby faces.
I'm trying to figure out, like, with these 11 players. Again, we're talking about how Josh Allen was named the most overrated quarterback in a poll of NFL players that was released yesterday. Why they would think he was the most overrated? Because it's not talent. It's not. Like, he's
the most important person to his team.
without question,
Most player on his team.
In my opinion,
Yeah.
he's the second best quarterback in the NFL. I would listen to an argument for Lamar Jackson. Fine, right? But, like, is it embarrassment from those 11 players? Because, like, Josh Allen, for a guy who's overrated, sure as hell makes a lot of players on the opposing team look really stupid.
Makes him look silly.
I mean, he'll blow through them.
Yeah.
He'll
Yeah.
juke them out of their jock. He'll hurdle over them. Going further down the road, right? He's also the most trash-talking QB that also has to get under guys' skin.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
So
I wonder how much...
he's annoying.
I wonder, is that part of this? And then you turn on the TV and every other commercial during the season is Josh Allen and Patrick
Yeah.
Mahomes, right? Like, I mean, maybe it's just like,
All right,
you sick
okay.
of the guy?
All right.
It could also be sometimes when Josh is the most talked about, always seems to be a game right before a bad game.
You think so?
Like, yeah, because a lot of those games that were on like the biggest stage, he couldn't come up with the win. And I'm not even saying it was his fault.
But that's the difference. It's not a bad game from Josh.
Yeah,
It's the team doesn't
but I
finish.
think people kind of remember those moments as like, see, you talked him up, and he couldn't follow through. So I don't know if that's also in the back of people's minds.
I mean, maybe. I mean, can you think of a terrible game? His
Yeah,
best
he's
games
played
are
some
in
bad
game
games.
sucked.
Yes,
No, I
mean,
understand.
I
But
mean,
when
he
you
has put his defense in some tough situations.
Or he tries to like win it all with one throw,
And then
it goes
Yeah.
horribly wrong.
But then it doesn't sometimes.
Right. So,
Yeah.
but those stick out when it
Right.
does.
No, but if you look at that's just it. You guys are having bias of memory. If you look at the
Well,
splits.
so are you because you're a fan.
No.
You,
If you-
love Josh.
I do love Josh. but
Somewhere wearing his little Josh shirt today.
I love
We
this-
all love Josh.
I love this
Yeah.
shirt.
I know
It's-
you
I,
are
it
wearing
took
Josh
me
on
for
your
a
shirt.
moment to know that was Josh Allen.
Do you get the reference?
Yeah, the dude.
From what?
That stupid movie that I think sucked.
It says the dude wins, and it's Josh is the Big Lebowski.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
didn't
sweet.
like that
I
movie.
love this shirt. Great shirt. Hey, live stream. Look at my shirt. No, I mean, look, if you look at the statistics, the splits, he performs better in prime time than
But nobody
he does.
looks at stats.
No, you don't look at stats.
No, most
No,
people
I
don't
think-
look at
no,
stats.
Most people do because fantasy football is
I-
the
You can't
most
tell me-
popular.
But
You
it's what sticks in my mind is the flubs.
You
Yeah,
can't.
because you're a dick.
I'm a flubber.
You can't tell me that even as the biggest fan of Josh Allen, there aren't some times where you want to throw a shoe at the television because of Josh
No,
Allen.
it's the Josh Allen experience. I understand it.
Yeah,
No,
but I guess if you're not a fan, then you may only remember the bad Josh Allen.
no, the point I'm getting at
Because
is
when it's bad, it can be pretty bad.
the point I'm getting at. You're becoming a negative Nelly, and I don't like it.
You're
I don't like
asking
it.
why people would think this of Josh, and I'm telling you, I don't think it's that uncommon
And
to
here's why I'm
remember the
saying
bad times.
You're being a
What's that?
silly goose because we're too close to this,
Mm-hmm.
right? Every NFL franchise goes through this with their quarterback.
Yeah, but people are only seeing Josh in those games because like we watch Josh every week. We've seen the great Josh, but to those big
Prime
time
time.
games where he's come up short,
Ooh, he come up
that's what
short.
people remember.
Name one other than the Jets game.
That's the one that sticks out.
That's what I mean. You can't. Like, you want to sit here. I remember games, man. I
Oh,
can't think
okay.
of
The
another
last game against Kansas City when you had him at home and you couldn't
He
close
had
it
a
out.
great game. You missed a field goal. Your
But you
defense let
lost.
you down.
You finally got Kansas City where you wanted them.
Okay.
and you couldn't pull the trigger. And you had
So-
60 minutes to beat Kansas City, and you didn't.
So it was Josh Allen's fault that we
Yeah,
had,
he's the quarterback.
That we had the 7th and 8th linebacker, one of which that was on the couch 2 weeks before. Like, I mean, don't be an
Always
idiot.
an excuse.
Don't be an idiot.
Always an excuse.
The guy, threw for 250
The
yards and
ass
2
end of the
touchdowns?
dog.
See, there you go. Let's take a break. Get ready for Atomic Josh Allen.
All right.
You would think that a town, village would be looking out for their community members.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do.
Right, okay, great. And even if the community members were wrong,
Yeah.
you would want to keep them happy.
Sure.
We have an update to a story we talked about like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it involved people that own cottages versus boaters that were getting too close,
Cottage folk.
too loud,
Oh, yeah.
too vulgar.
Yeah.
A decision has been made on a proposal. And Tommy,
What are they doing?
why wouldn't you go with the people that, pay taxes?
All right, yeah,
We'll
yeah.
get into it next here in the break room on CMF. as summer winds down,
Yeah.
folks who like to be out on the water, Tommy, they're getting as much
You
time
got
as
to
they
squeeze
can.
it in, buddy.
You get it.
Yeah.
And those folks got some good news late last week.
From the boating community?
Well, from a local government.
Oh, really?
There's been an issue boiling between land dwellers and seamen in one small beach town.
So what are they doing with the seamen?
This place has made a decision and sided with a group that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. A couple of weeks ago, we told you about an issue brewing at the tip of Cayuga Lake. Tell me if you remember this story.
Okay.
Crescent Beach is home to some cottages.
Yeah.
But the owners of the cottages say life has been miserable all summer
What's going
long.
on?
Well, it's all because of the boaters on the water.
Yeah.
They say the beach is unique because you can get really close to the shore in boats, which is what the boaters have been doing. They tie together and make giant flotillas.
Oh, yeah, and then they party.
They do. They blast their music loud. They drink. They carry on. One of the folks that lives on the beach made it a point to say that the language of these flotillas are vulgar and unacceptable.
Vulgar boat language.
And all of this stuff is ruining the lives of these folks trying to enjoy the peace and quiet of their property. They came up with a solution.
What's that?
Well, the village where the beach is proposed a 500-foot rule for the boaters, meaning that no boat could hang out within 500 feet of the shore, so the landowners had their privacy.
Which means they're going to go away because they can't anchor.
Yes.
Well, and we were trying to figure out like how wide the lake is. Like we were trying to figure out where you could anchor in that lake without
Well, they'll find
being-
another place to go, I'm sure.
But if
Well, but you'd still be near somebody's property.
You would be, yeah.
You know?
You're just kind of moving the problem away.
Yeah.
So this really pissed off the boaters, the 500-foot rule, and they started screaming, one, like, we can't let our kids go in the water that deep. That's why we come so close so the kids can swim. And two, just because these people own the property doesn't mean they own the water.
Which is true, right?
You
I
know,
mean, you have land rights. You don't have water rights, do you? Or how far out into the water does your land rights go?
I thought it stopped as soon
I
as
do
the
think
waters.
you do have to be so far from the shore.
50
but
feet.
It's
It's 50,
it's right now.
but
Okay.
that's nothing.
And then you can
Yeah,
let
that's
them
pretty
tan
close.
tatas out and party.
50 feet is a first down and a half.
Yeah.
That's how
Right.
short
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
really short.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I could talk to somebody
Yeah.
within 50 feet.
Yeah. The decision was left up to the Village Board of Jerusalem, New York, to decide what
All
to
right.
do. Well, Tommy, a decision has been made.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think the right move is here? I'm asking your personal opinion.
Well, you don't want to piss off the boaters because that's a big part of the economy of that lake is these people coming down because they buy gas,
Okay.
they buy other stuff,
You
they
got
use
it.
all their stuff,
Okay.
they eat, they drink.
So you would side with the boaters.
Yeah, because the homeowners ain't going anywhere.
Kimmy, what about you?
I just think it's a problem you can't prevent.
Right.
I just think like even if that was a rule, the 500 feet thing, somebody's gonna violate that, and what are you gonna do? Call every time?
Well,
Like,
I
are you
mean-
gonna go measure? I don't know. I just don't know how you can regulate it. Like, sure, you could put that rule in place, but I don't think it's gonna stop anybody from doing what they're doing.
Well, the village board struck down the proposed 500-foot rule, meaning the boaters and their foul mouths and loud music can get as close as 50 feet to the shore
So it's
to
still
do
50.
their partying. Yes, it's
Okay.
50. They will not be implementing the 500-foot rule. This sucks for the people who own these cabins and cottages, not only because they didn't get what they were looking for,
Yeah.
but these boaters now, Tommy, are going to try and
Get
prove
as
a
close
point.
as they can.
Oh, yeah. You know,
Crank it up.
Tommy, you know what kind of people own boats? And
Partiers.
Yes, they're going to try and teach these people a lesson because not only are they partiers, they're also petty-ass dicks. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, you're
It's
right.
petty on petty.
Yeah, I mean, you're a cottage dick taking on a boat
Yeah.
dick. It's a dick off.
It is a dick off.
Right on Crescent Beach shore.
All right, the phone number's
I remember
252.
that night we stormed the beaches with our tan tatas and our blaring Jimmy Buffett music in our foul mouths. Loaded up on White Claw, we were. When we took that beach that night, I said, "Give me one more swallow of that White Claw."
The phone number's 252 WCMF 252-9263. The town made a mistake.
I don't think so. I think I mean, you want to have the lakes are fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. You buy these boats and you want to pull your kids on those rafts behind there and jet ass. And,
Oh, okay. So, like, you're totally fine with that out on the water if you're on a boat? Bro, if you were on a boat out on the water and you saw these people, you'd be mother effing all of them. All of them. Why are you doing that? You know, when I was younger and I was a seaman, respect for the water.
I do respect the seaman.
Etc., etc. Look, man, I would think this little village would prefer to keep the folks who live in the village happy.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, even if they can't enforce it, still make the rule anyway.
Yes. Like, doesn't a town or a village owe it to the people who pay property taxes and make their homes there over the people that are just floating on the water?
But hold on, some of those people
Yeah, they
live
probably
on
live
that
there,
lake.
too.
Okay,
They have their boats on
Yeah.
the lake, and those jackasses could also be property
Okay,
owners.
so that's the question then. How many people that are on the water actually live on that water?
Like what
or
percentage?
have a place? Because I bet you it's lower than you think. I bet you it's lower. Like on the average day on Canandaigua Lake, how many people on the water in Canandaigua live near Canandaigua?
Well, Canandaigua may be unique because you've got a fairly good-sized town
Yeah.
on that lake. But if
Okay.
you go down to like these smaller places,
Well, this is what we're talking about.
right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess 50% of those boaters probably have docks and have boats on. Because if you own a piece of property, you probably have a boat.
Okay, fair enough. But you're also, I think you're overshooting how much property is on these lakes, man. And like, I mean, I would guess it's
I mean,
less than.
Keuka's pretty long. I mean,
Sure.
and it kind of divides up. It's a weird shaped lake.
Yeah, but there's also wide stretches of the beach that are owned by like schools and like facilities and things like that.
But I'm trying to think, and maybe I just haven't seen it, but like, you know how on Canandaigua there's all these docks and places where people are keeping their boats, where I haven't really seen that on the smaller lakes.
Yeah, I mean, Canandaigua's got a full marina.
Yeah, but I mean, it's big.
Right. But I
But
guess
Keuka's got,
that's
like, a
why I
boat
would
ramp.
think that most of the people boating on those smaller lakes are people that are renting or owning
I
property.
mean, Keuka's
there.
got a boat ramp, so
Yeah.
you could go down there with your boat and launch it for
Yeah.
the day and go out and fish and do whatever you want. You don't have to live there.
Sure.
So yeah, to your point, there's probably a bunch of that too.
No,
Okay.
Kimmy, I would think the marina is actually. That means there's people that live near the water there because they're keeping their boat
Yeah.
in that lake.
You could.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Whereas Tommy's right. Like if I'm just dropping my boat off for the day, I'm just looking for a body of water
Yeah.
to hang out on.
Party on, baby.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The boaters are welcome 50 feet close to the shore. A decision made by the tiny town of Jerusalem, New York, on Keuka Lake after all the vulgar language and loud music that these flotillas were releasing into the air. And these cabin owners, they wanted it fixed. Somebody proposed a 500 feet rule. Struck down.
Right.
Let's talk to Rammer. He's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
So we never acted like this with the homeowners on Canandaigua Lake. We were down there every weekend partying, but we always anchored off the North Shore. I don't understand why the boaters can't find a more amicable place, but I have a solution.
Okay.
As a homeowner, I'm getting me concert level sound system, blowing the speakers out into the lake so I drown them all out with everything they got to say and do.
Okay.
I think you're going to
playing
piss
some,
off your
you know,
neighbors.
Yeah, that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
Well, wait, aren't the neighbors already pissed off? This is a solution. We're going to get together. We're
Noise
gonna
on
jam
noise.
Some, I don't know, Jethro Tull, some Led Zeppelin. We'll just blow them right out of the water.
No, but you'd be attracting more dicks with that music.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good time.
Now you got
Rammer.
me and Kano out there in cut off shorts and tube socks.
Yeah, but look at it this way. If I'm listening to the good music on my end, I don't have to hear their crap, right?
Okay, I guess that's
Rammer with a Marshall stack out on his dock.
I'm telling you, it's sound warfare. It's just like they do when
sound
they,
warfare.
the terrorists. The
right.
whole,
Rammer, I'm going to let you go. I don't like the road we're going down. Thank you for the call. Bye, Rammer. Rammer's had some bad ideas. That may be the worst one
I
he's
always
ever had.
like to, because nobody jackassed on a boat in my generation. Like, oh, we were
went to the
respectful.
North Shore.
We went up to the North Shore and we
Respectfully.
were disrespectful up there. And nobody had foul language back then or speakers.
Well, look, I agree with you with that take, but technology has progressed to the point with boats where you can be way more annoying now than you could
Yeah,
30 years
that's
ago.
fair.
Right? Like, think about the sound system on a boat now as opposed to what my dad had. I'll
That's
tell you
true.
what he had. It was just like a
boombox.
Yeah, a radio, right?
Yeah.
Like that's as loud as you were going to get.
All right.
You didn't have most people didn't have access to a boat that had places for all of this beer. Pontoon boats weren't really a thing.
Yeah, the party boat.
Those party boats are everywhere, man. You got
Those
people,
party boats just look like a blast.
they do. I don't want the upkeep though.
But you imagine if you were 25, your buddy had a party boat.
I know. I mean,
That would be insane.
they've got water slides on them. You can
Yes.
get
Yeah,
a
I've seen
pontoon
those.
boat with a
Yep.
water
Yeah,
slide.
they have inflatables that hang off your boat.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you guys this question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you rather have a boat or would you rather have a place on the water?
I think I'm taking place on the water.
At my age, place.
Okay.
Young May, boat.
Both seem really romantic. But
You get
both-
laid on a boat.
But there's.
You get laid in a. Wait, you don't think you get laid on the water?
You can get laid on
Fire
the
in the
water,
sky?
but as a young guy, if you have a boat, you are getting blue chip beaver on that party boat.
Come on.
And by the way, that's what I'm calling my boat, blue chip beaver,
If you're a young
because
guy,
Doc Sucker was already taken.
If your mom, if you were a young guy
With a boat.
referring to it as beaver, you're not getting any of whatever you're calling it.
Back in my day, beaver was beaver,
Hey,
bro.
honey, let me see your beaver. You want to get on my boat and show me your beaver?
We had magazine that had beaver hunt in it. But you know, as a young guy, you got a boat. I don't care how ugly
but
you are. You are getting girls on that boat.
You're also getting every mooch buddy that wants to hang out with you on the weekend on that boat.
Yeah, but
Like,
I
also
would take
one-
Mooch with Beaver.
I don't think you're getting the
It was a
other
great
thing.
sitcom.
Mooch with beaver?
Yeah.
I
Was
think
it
you're
Balky
getting
on
more
there?
mooch.
No, I don't. Kimmy, I mean, what guy's more likely to get laid? A guy with a boat or a guy with a
I
like
think
a
it's
cottage?
age.
You're not Kimmy.
I mean, I guess it's easier to show off your boat.
Oh yeah, you can
But
show
I don't
off.
know. Like house on the water is pretty romantic, right?
I mean, bro, like if I told, hey, yeah, no, I
a little cottage?
I got a place down on,
Yeah.
bro, that would get you so much
Yeah.
more
But
laid.
bro, you're also talking about the difference between
Because you can use
spending.
cottage all year long to impress people too.
But here's the deal: I can score a boat for under $50,000.
Okay.
I can't score a house on the lake.
But that's why
for
I guess it
under
would be
like
more impressive.
400,000. So like this house dream, no.
Understood, but
I'm gonna be working my ass off to pay for this house.
okay. But when you buy that boat, the second you buy that boat, it starts
Yeah.
to become worth less.
I understand.
Not
I
only
A lot more work.
and I can make money with my house on the water, making it an Airbnb when I'm not there.
All
See,
right.
this is why I'm brilliant and you dumb.
Yeah, but I got tan ties on the water on blue chip beaver, baby.
Can I also point out you can't even afford the cottage in this fantasy scenario? You're complaining about the price in an ultimate fantasy where you can have whatever you want. You're like, nope, can't afford it. Property taxes.
All right, so if you're out in Cayuga Lake over
It's
there,
Cuca. What is with you with that Cayuga?
I don't even hear him say it anymore.
Cayuga Lake. I'm saying the K.
No, you
Cayuga.
add something to it.
Cayuga Lake. Cayuga Lake. That's what I'm saying.
Cuca.
Cayuga
Like a
Lake.
cucumber. Cuca.
You don't know that.
Yes, I
No,
do.
you don't.
No, everybody's yelling at us on Twitter that you're pronouncing it wrong.
Shut up,
Cayuga.
Cayuga Lake. For God's sakes, man. For all you out there on,
Cayuga Lake.
thank you.
Cuca.
If you find yourself out there on Crescent Beach, get up to 50 feet and blow him out of the water. There's a gentleman who is in some trouble.
What do you do?
He stole some produce. And he stole.
He's grabbing heads of lettuce?
No, he stole produce from the source, actually. I mean, it is that time of year, right? The
Oh.
farms are opening up and they're going to start doing that
It's
stuff.
harvest time.
Yeah. But what he stole is strange.
All right.
Not only the amount of these,
Yeah.
I didn't know we had these in the state of
Oh,
New
that
York.
we grew them here.
I had no idea.
Oh.
Because I don't think I've ever heard anybody like, hey, come try an authentic New York this. We'll get into the story.
All right.
We'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. I want you to think of the least likely item that could be stolen from a farm in New York.
Oh.
And when I say item, I mean like piece of produce.
Oh.
That's what was taken by a man just east of us. And it's not just the item that's strange, it's the amount of the item that is also strange.
All right.
Because no human being would need this many of these, especially when this isn't even that good.
Okay, you don't even like it.
No.
And you said you didn't think we grew it
I
here?
did not know that New York grew these.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. The story comes to us from Sodas. A 41-year-old man has been arrested after police say he unlawfully entered a farm and stole peaches.
Wait, you didn't know we grew peaches here?
No, we grow peaches in New York.
I actually
my
didn't know that
God.
either. Like,
Oh, I'm sorry, no,
I knew
you
you.
wanna-
Well, I was gonna say like I knew you could, but I didn't know like there were like we did in mass production. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we grow peaches here because when you go into Wegmans at a certain time of the year,
Yeah.
Wegmans will have like all the locally grown peaches out front.
I don't eat peaches.
Are there that many
We grow
farms that do
strawberries
it?
here.
No, I know we have
Yeah.
strawberries. I've been to a strawberry farm.
Right.
I've never seen a peach tree in my life in New
Well,
York.
first of all, man, you didn't even know produce till you met your wife.
What are you talking about?
You worked in Wegmans. You didn't go down the produce aisle.
Well, I'm thinking like growing up here and going to all those like pick your own stuff farms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't ever remember seeing peaches.
Yeah, you're taking a lot of shots at me when there's a woman right here who also said she didn't know
I-
peaches were
you
growing
think
in New York.
I
the
knew
way
you-
she eats, she ain't eating no
Like
produce.
I said, I knew you could grow them here, but I figured most of it was done in the South.
I thought peaches could
Yeah.
only be grown in warm
Yeah.
weather. That's why Georgia and Florida are known for peaches.
Yes, but you can grow peaches up here.
Okay.
And the peach trees can survive the winter.
Okay, I need to do it. You're talking about peaches.
Orange trees can survive.
I will bet you. I know orange trees can't survive the winter. I thought peach trees couldn't, but now I learned that today. I bet you at least 60% of our audience was unaware that peaches were grown in New
Anybody
York.
that walks into a goddamn Wegmans or a Tops knows.
So do you look for specifically local peaches?
Well, yeah, when they're in
You're
season.
such an old man.
I know.
You know what?
I've
I
never-
need my peaches. I need my peaches
Like the big
local.
one's Mason Farms, I think, and that's the ones they
How you
make
drop
those.
it-
that.
No, because he's an idiot.
They make the lorry peaches when they come in
He's
are
making
phenomenal.
all this up. He's making all
No,
this
I'm
up
not.
right now.
You think I'm
shut
making
up?
up names like that?
Yes, I do.
I'm not that talented.
I did.
The lorry, I think they're called the lorry peaches from Mason Farms are delicious.
Okay, that makes you even more sad because you're now rattling off legitimate peach facts.
Because I pay attention to produce.
Why?
You have children to feed. Thank God your wife introduced you to food.
My wife cannot rattle off peach
Does
names.
she? Oh, I guarantee she's a gardener.
Yeah. I got a peach tree.
You may now.
Grow it. Shut up. You tell my wife that peaches are
Man,
growable
I would
in
love
New
it.
York.
I would love to have a peach tree.
So go get a peach tree.
Too much maintenance. No one with the upkeep.
Don't even be started about the water department. So
The
going back
taxes.
to,
Yeah.
sorry, going back to the crime.
Yeah. So he stole a bunch of peaches.
Police say the 41-year-old man took $120 worth of peaches.
So that's got to be 2 peck.
Is that a lot of peaches?
Yeah, because I would think. I mean, that's a good basket of peaches.
How many peaches can you get for $120? Is it like a buck a peach?
They're expensive.
Wait, how expensive is one peach?
I bet you peaches are probably $3.99 a pound.
$4 a pound. How much is how heavy is one peach? Like, give me a peach.
Like
Give
how
me-
many peaches do you get?
Oh, let's say the average peach is 8 ounces.
Okay, so it's $2 a peach.
So let's say it's a half a pound a peach.
Why are we doing this?
You
Just
bring it
answer
up
me
because
now.
you want to do it.
Here, I had
we're
one
trying to
question.
Weights
talk
and
things-
measurements.
I had one question. How much does one peach cost?
I'm gonna say
Oh no,
$2.
man, you got a lot of information about peaches
Except for
minus
the
how
price.
much peaches cost.
$2 a peach.
How stupid are you? You don't know the actual farm
All
and
right,
the name of the
I-
peach.
You know
I-
every
I-
variety of apple and the cost per apple, but you can't tell us about peaches.
When I buy those peaches and I get like 3 of them,
Yeah.
they're like $6.
Okay, so $2 a peach then. Do you buy organic peaches though?
Well, they're fresh peaches, so no.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you can,
All right, so that means then this guy probably stole around 60 peaches.
which is probably a big ass basket of peaches.
Were those peaches just for him?
Maybe he's making some good peach pie. Peach pie.
Oh,
Or
but-
he could be making cobbler
Okay,
or jam.
but like,
It's
but
like a weird time of year for all that stuff.
Well, no, you gotta get the preserve
No,
now
no,
so you
you're
can get it
right.
going for the winter.
oh my
I never
God,
think
what are
of,
you
like-
doing?
You gotta jar it up.
What are we doing? A Pepperidge Farm commercial? Remember how to preserve the peaches? Pepperidge Farms remembers. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We haven't even gotten to the most bizarre part of the
What's
story.
that?
And again, we're talking about a 41-year-old man from Sodus. He's been arrested after police say he unlawfully entered a local farm and stole peaches. Kimmy and I are blown away that they grow peaches in New York. Mr. Arrogant Peach over here, because
Because you're a couple of growth dopes.
growth dopes.
Yeah, you don't know where nothing grows.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dan. Hey, Danny boy, what's going on?
Hey, guys. I actually grew up with a peach tree in my backyard.
Wow, in your own backyard?
Lucky
My own
bastard.
backyard.
Wow. And?
Yeah, it was great childhood memories. You know, every summer getting those peaches was fantastic until a storm blew it over one day.
I remember when the rains came and swept all the peaches away. And I said, Patches, I'm depending on your peaches, son.
Dan, thanks for the call. I love how he doesn't laugh at your thing, but he thought we should know that he had a tree that blew over in his backyard.
He lost a peach tree.
Great peaches, though, according to Dan.
252 WCMF. Anyone else has any tree stories? We'd love to talk to you. I'm kidding. Don't call the show. The most bizarre part of this story is not the fact that Kimmy and I are blown away that we grow peaches in New York. It's not the fact that he stole that many peaches. It's the fact that he stole a fruit, according to police, that isn't even objectively a good fruit.
Oh, I love peaches.
So how long do you have before peaches go bad? Like if you, how fast do you have to eat all those peaches?
They ripen in between 2 and 3 days.
Okay, so that's
Well, you asked me questions.
No,
I
I'm
have
asking.
answers.
I'm telling you,
I'm
shut up.
asking because
I had a peach for breakfast this morning.
I was just asking because you might not even be able to enjoy the thing you stole.
Well, you had to eat them quickly.
Yeah.
As fast as you can.
Unless you do something with them.
Okay.
Make jelly.
Peaches suck.
Why do peaches suck?
Peaches suck.
They're
not
delicious.
They're not. They're like a hoary apple. Tell me I'm wrong. You know that's a perfect way to describe
I
it.
have slept with whores.
Peaches aren't even a top 10 fruit.
Yes, they are.
No, not even close.
Oh, I want to hear your fruit
Okay.
rankings.
All right, hold on. Can we both agree that bananas are the number one fruit?
Worldwide, yes.
Okay. No, I'm saying like preferably how delicious they are.
I mean, I like a banana, yeah.
Okay, all right.
All right, top number one.
Then watermelon, grapes, cantaloupe, apple, strawberries, blueberries, honeydew, oranges, raspberries, all better than peaches.
You laid a lot of melon in there.
Yeah, and the melon's better than peach. Kimmy, would you say peaches are a top 10 fruit?
For me personally, no.
Thank you. That's bro. You
Well,
are
she's
so...
never had a pear.
No, I wouldn't put. I'm not a big peach
They don't
person.
grow up this way.
I don't
They'll
even
never
like,
survive the winter.
Can you shut up?
I remember when I had one in the backyard and the rain swept that just away.
Bro, she's about to go dolphin on you.
And I said, Patches.
You were saying, Kimmy?
No, I don't even like peach flavor in things. Like,
Same.
I'm just not a peach person. Like, I don't like peach iced tea. I don't like anything. I don't like peach pie. I don't.
No,
not a
she's
peach
right.
person.
Like nothing that
Yeah.
even has peaches in it is good.
Yeah.
Nothing that has peaches in it. Like cobbler, pie, milkshake.
So you don't like
tea-
nectarines, plums, any of that stuff?
No, plums are gross, man.
How are plums gross?
They look like a gorilla's testicle.
Did you?
They're probably tasty like them.
Did you grow up eating that fruit, or did that taste come later?
Well, when I changed my diet, I started eating. When I
Okay.
lost the flab, I started eating better, and I discovered like all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like I love kiwi fruit, star fruit, grapes, all that stuff.
Duh. Grapes I can get behind. Everything else is
Oh,
gross.
thank God.
Well, no, I'm just saying, man.
What?
Like, you have a weird palate. Like,
Hmm.
Kimmy and I being in agreement here shows you that the majority of America hates
Well,
peaches.
no, I
but you
would
were
say the
raised
region
poor.
you grew up also affects what fruits you put an emphasis on.
Oh, I don't know. I just heard the break room carry that Mordecai Farm sells a Lulu pizza. It's absolutely delicious. New York State.
It is
Shut up,
fantastic.
you bitch-ass bitch.
And you only get them for a certain. The peach season is very short up.
Yeah. Oh, really?
So you got to get on it now.
Oh, you buy into that?
Yeah.
Big Peach trying to sell you. You gotta buy it now. It's gonna
Once
run
winter
out.
hit, you ain't getting no peach. You're going to get you a California peach or a Mexican peach.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this man in Sodus who was accused of stealing $120 worth of peaches from a farm. Kimmy and I were blown away that you can grow peaches in New York. Tommy's being an arrogant peach dick. We just established that a peach is not even a top 10 fruit. Take one fruit out and put the peach in. What are you taking out of bananas, watermelon, grape, cantaloupe, apple, strawberry, blueberry, honeydew, oranges, or raspberries?
I could get rid of one of the melons.
Really?
Yeah, I would take water. I would keep watermelon. I would get rid of honeydew and cantaloupe.
You get rid of cantaloupe?
Yeah.
Cantaloupe is arguably the best of all the melons.
No, I would go watermelon, honeydew,
No, you are an
cantaloupe.
idiot.
Cantaloupe I could get rid
You're
of.
an idiot. Cantaloupe has so much more flavor than the honeydew.
No.
Honeydew is like the fakest of melons, yet still better than a peach.
I disagree.
Okay, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's see what Stephanie thinks. She's on CMF. Hey, Stephanie, how are you?
Hi. I'm doing good. I was calling about the peach conversation.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
First off, they are Lorianne peaches, and I know this because every time in June, as soon as they come in, I'm buying shit tons of
Whoa,
them.
Kimmy, you just
Honey,
cursed
you
about
can't curse
peaches,
on- you can't.
Stephanie. You're peach cursing on the air.
I know. They are delicious, and I don't know what you're thinking that they're terrible fruit.
No, they're gross.
Because he was
if you
raised poor and he
find
didn't have fresh
a-
access to food stuff.
If you have a perfect peach, they are juicy,
Oh.
and they don't have that weird spongy texture.
The
and
juice
they
runs down
are
your
so
chin.
flavorful.
Like my chin will be full of peach juice and I'm done.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that true? Is
It
that
drips
okay?
off my lips.
Okay.
It
Stephanie,
glistens in the sun.
No. My husband and I are just very adamant about peaches. We go from that right into Macintosh apples in the fall when you can pull them right off.
Okay, see, like you're like Tommy. Like you start naming different kinds of fruit. Like you don't need to give me a brand of the fruit, right? Just say I like apples, I like peaches. Like when I hear people start narrowing it down. I like Macintosh apples or Macintosh apples. No, you're a douche. And you seem nice, Stephanie, but you also sound like a douche.
I get that, but
Okay.
If you really like a certain fruit, you got to pay attention to which ones you're getting.
Yeah.
I will say the cantaloupe to honeydew debate. My husband is adamant that cantaloupe is the best melon. I slightly prefer honeydew, but yeah, no, that's
Good thing you don't have a gun in that house.
Stephanie, I'm going to take some more calls, but thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. She was on your side. The interesting Stephanie.
I checked out on Melon Talk.
It is weird how people will turn into snobs when they start trying fruits, like unusual fruits.
I'm a
like,
food
oh,
hole.
you've never had a kumquat before?
I don't even know what a kumquat looks like.
Wait,
like
you
a
never had a
little-
kumquat?
I've never had a kumquat.
Why didn't you tell me?
I've never come up before.
You know, they grow up here.
No kidding.
Yeah. But they have a special climate.
Really?
Yeah, I just got into the kumquat game.
Like, what kind of climate are we talking?
Well, turns out that the men's room has the perfect altitude and climate to grow the kumquat.
No kidding.
Yes.
So, like,
yes.
you're selling your own kumquats?
I could hook you up, man.
What's your business called?
I got a little kiosk in the men's room right now.
yeah.
It's called Uncle Farmer Tommy's Delicious Kumquat from Farm to Your Lips Sauce. I'll kumquat you up good, boy.
What does a kumquat look like?
It's like a little tiny orange.
It looks like a monkey's nut.
Oh, wait, that's a kumquat?
It's very small.
I thought a
Yeah.
kumquat was like...
It looks like a cherry tomato, but orange.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
I would have had it looking like a kiwi.
No, smaller than a kiwi. Kiwi definitely looks like a monkey's nut because it's got that fuzz on and the brown fuzz on the outside.
What's a kumquat taste like?
I think it's really sour.
Again, I could hook you up. As you seem to not be going into the men's room.
It's almost like a little candy.
Yeah.
Because I think you can eat it whole, right?
No, you
like you
sound
don't
like
have
my
to.
grandma.
You can-
kumquat's like a candy.
Yeah, you can quat it up pretty good.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We started with this man stealing peaches. Now we're arguing about fruit because that's what we do here in the break room. And again, Kimmy and I are on the same page with the top 10 fruit ranking. Right, peaches are not in there. You said you were taking out honeydew and cantaloupe and throwing a peach. Go ahead, throw another fruit in there if you're taking out both melons.
Oh, I would throw a kiwi in or yeah, for
You're
sure.
an idiot. You're okay. Who actually
What?
eats kiwi?
People that enjoy good food.
No, you never see kiwis in the wild, man. Like
Well,
kiwi
because
is that
you're
fruit.
not
No,
in Australia.
No, I'll tell you. No, I don't mean in the wild. I mean like people's houses. People that have a kiwi just to show you they have a kiwi. Like if you go to their house, they're gonna find a way to get near the kiwi to be like, I have a kiwi.
Have you ever tasted one?
Yes, I've had kiwi.
They're delicious.
It's too bitter for me. I don't like it.
Too bitter.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's like, tastes like a koala's nut.
I'll take your word on that.
It was a really weird exchange student experience. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Bill. Hey, Billy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys, I say keep the peach, get rid of the raspberries. Too many seeds. Can't take the seeds.
Okay.
Raspberry seeds.
Yeah, the little ones that get stuck in your teeth.
Buy some floss.
Peaches are great. I have a bag of peaches right now. I just picked off my tree. I planted this tree in April 3 years ago, and I got peaches that fall.
Oh, wow. That's a
And
quick peach
they are
turnaround.
It's unbelievable. It's like an amazing tree.
You better hope
But
your wife's not
they're
listening,
so, They're
She's
so
working her
delicious.
Okay, so Dave,
Well,
I'm sorry, Bill, let me ask you, how many peaches do you get in a season from that tree? Are we talking over like 100 peaches?
Yeah, what's your yield?
Well, see, I'm not like a real farmer. I just planted a tree, right?
Okay.
So I probably get 40 to 60.
Oh, that's good. You're saving
Per
100.
tree?
You're saving $120. There you go.
And it's fresh.
I I have to give them away. Yes, they're fresh. You go out there and you just pick them off the tree and eat it. They're delicious. They're fabulous. I had 2 this morning.
Bill, congratulations on your peach tree, buddy.
I rock it. Green thumb.
All right, attaboy, Bill. He just said he's not a farmer.
Yeah, but he's got a green thumb for some reason.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry?
No, I'm just surprised at how many people are really into growing their own fruit. Because I know vegetable gardens are really popular around here. I didn't know there were that many people that had fruit experience.
Well, you got an apple tree, right?
Yeah, we got 3 of them.
Yeah.
My wife bought them in tiny itty bitty. He's like, I have only $50. Let's get 3 trees. Yeah, that's a great idea. I think it seems like fruit's easier to grow than vegetables.
Is it?
I don't know.
I honestly have no idea.
Well, you just heard Bill say you plant the tree and the peaches fall. The apple, you plant the tree and the apples fall.
Yeah,
but I would think, it's more cleanup, right? Because if that stuff goes bad, it's going to attract a bunch of stuff. I don't know.
Varmint. Trespassers.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. It's a fruit argument, Mitch.
It's a fruit off.
It is a fruit off, and Tommy wins every time. Dave's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Listen, screw the peaches. You guys got to go to Wegmans and get an orange honeydew. They're freaking amazing.
Orange honeydew? What's that?
Yep. Rock. They used to call them orange flesh. It's an awesome melon, best melon hands down.
Okay, does it taste like an orange? What does it taste like?
It's a cross between cantaloupe and honeydew. Super good.
There you go. There's your super. There's your
saying?
superfruit.
Why would you not call it a honeylope? That sounds way better.
It does.
I don't know. I'm not a marketing dude, but it's a serious melon. Then.
All right, Dave, I'm going to get down on that melon, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that.
A honeylope sounds like an illegal marriage.
You force 2 bees to have sex with each other? They're honeyloping?
Yeah, those forced marriages in the South with a shotgun. I turned them both on to a honey loop and I forced them off my property. I said, give me a swaller of that White Claw.
Let's take a break. It's back, and it's bigger than ever.
Okay.
Look, the fact that these things keep showing up, and there's multiple versions of this. It seems like this is the biggest one that comes to Rochester every year. Shows that it has sustainability. The fact that they keep getting bigger is proof that this is no longer some weird, out of the public thing. This is now straight up popular culture.
Did we make fun of it?
Oh, yeah. Well, you did. I'm not.
I like how you back off because you're so cool.
I'm very open-minded.
Is this the thing I think it is?
I've argued for this.
Yeah,
no, it's not my steez, but I've argued for it.
All right.
Tell you what it is.
All right.
Next to the break room on CMF. Bro, it's official.
What's going on?
The way this keeps coming back and growing, this is no longer some like fringe weird thing.
Oh.
This is straight up pop culture. Because although this might be the biggest one, it's not even the only one that happens in Rochester.
We have multiples of these?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. It was announced yesterday.
What happened?
The Flower City Comic-Con will be back this year, September 13th through the 15th.
So this is when all the weirdos get together in costumes.
Yes.
Right. Gotcha.
Well, I mean, it's a comic book convention.
Okay.
But
for adults.
Okay, but it also it started as a comic book convention, but it became nerdy pop culture stuff, movies and TV shows and graphic novels and board games. and
It
things
brings
like
in
that.
all the soft, pale people into one spot.
Okay, how?
I ain't pale.
I think you have the wrong idea of it and what it's become.
Are you kidding me, man? I've been working in this business for 30 years. I've seen every one of these comic book jackholes blow through these doors.
I think it's so much more widespread than you think.
Well, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, in Rochester, right, again, 13th to the 15th, it's out in Gates at the Total Sports Experience. Appearances from Stewart from the Big Bang Theory. I've never seen that show. I don't know if that's
what?
An actor from Doctor Who, a former Power Ranger. All these people will be coming in.
Former Power Ranger.
Well, you couldn't be a current Power Ranger.
Yeah, you're never going to know.
There's also going to be a one-night Dungeons and Dragons event with cosplay that's dressing up like the characters. That's to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the game, and the organizers are expecting this Dungeons and Dragons event to be massive. Massive. Boy. Tommy, this just keeps getting bigger.
I understand.
I mean, they're professional athletes that are into this stuff and not ashamed to say it. They'll wear it on their cleats. Like they're just, it's not what you think it is.
Okay.
Look, I think now we can straight up say this is no longer some weird, fringe, dorky kid thing. I mean, this is straight up legitimate pop culture.
Maybe we're all just going sad.
No, I don't think it's that at all. I think people are just
You're looking for
less
escapism.
worried about looking like a dork. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's fair. And yes, it is escapism. Everybody's looking
I
for
mean,
something.
I'll tell you what this country needs to do.
Please.
Bring back Quaaludes. You got your whole Comic-Con in one little pill. They banned Quaaludes, man. I'm telling you, this is what Quaaludes used to do for you.
No, don't listen to this man. Do not listen to this man.
First of all, they're banned. You can't get them anymore. Thank you, Reagan. But you can't, that would give you that euphoria you were looking for, that escapism.
Shut up. They had this stuff back in the day too. It was
Not
frowned
like
upon.
this.
Well, because those nerds didn't have a way to connect with each other.
That's what it is.
All right.
You realize there are a lot more people that are into the same thing you are, so you're more likely to embrace it and be open about it and not be scared of like what guys like Tommy say about you.
Is that a Southern guy who's into
I'm
Doctor Who?
I'm a Southern Comic-Con boy. I'm going to dress up like Larry the Cable Guy. Give me a sip of that White Claw. Just give me a swallow.
Shut up. You forgot your own bit. I mean, you don't find any of this stuff interesting?
There was a lot of people on the old show that were into this.
Okay.
And I just thought them were sad.
Yeah, I mean, you can be
And
sad.
they were kind of sad guys. not that. I'm just saying.
They can be sad, and the whole thing is, I'm not into the comic books. I'm not into those kind of
never got
movies.
it.
Okay, neither do I, right? But I do find the idea of this community interesting. It is nice that these folks can get together and dress up and high-five each other.
I mean, I could people watch them. Well, you make a face. I could sit and watch them.
Okay, no, but you're going to sit and watch
how creepy that sounds? I could sit and watch.
With a White Claw.
How much of the White Claw?
Oh, I'd just take a swallow every time.
By the way, you
watch
showed...
all you fat, pale girls walk by.
Bro, these smoke shows thank you.
I also think
Why
you
are you making
don't
hold on.
realize...
He's making a face.
I know. No, I know.
Why are you making a face?
We're not going to convince him.
Smoke show chick going to the comic book.
There are good-looking women that listen to this show that are into this stuff, that have sent us messages on Instagram and Twitter.
Like 2 chicks.
Okay.
They're like influencers in the Comic-Con world.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
I don't think you realize what a huge dork you would look like walking into something like this.
Or just walking, period. Using your feet to go to a place. What an effing dork, especially those shoes, you idiot. Like, it's not even part of a costume. You chose those shoes of your own volition.
Maybe these shoes chose me.
252 WCMF. Oh, we're talking about Flower City Comic Con. They announced yesterday it is back September 13th to the 15th. It's the 8th annual. It keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is officially pop culture.
Right.
It is pop culture. It is no longer. I was going to say something and I totally forgot it. Damn.
Don't blame me.
No, because you started doing the swaller thing again. You do a swaller over here and a swaller over there, and I lost.
Oh, just give me a swallow.
Shut up. It is weird. Gates is not the kind of place I would
No,
think.
because those are like hard ass dudes over there, and those rough ass women. What? I mean, you got a lot of inked up wise asses.
Bro,
over
every nerd is inked up.
No, but wise ass, rough ass.
I remember what I was going to tell you.
What's that?
I live down the street from RIT.
Yeah.
And RIT, they're all back at school now. Like some of the kids are moving in, some for the first time. It is interesting in the summer what you'll see on the street versus when the kids are back at RIT.
Oh.
I'm driving my daughter home from tennis yesterday.
Yeah.
There is a 20-something-year-old man, a little on the portly side, right? He's carrying a 4-foot-long giant foam sword over his shoulder. But he's not dressed like a man who's going to do something with the sword.
So he's probably getting ready to go do play stuff with it. Like adult play acting.
I forget what LARPing. Is that what it's called? I don't know if it's something like that.
But he was walking down Jefferson Road with it.
Oh.
Like he was nowhere near
was
where you
off.
could have
So
been.
pardon me, boy. Where you go with that foam sword? I'm going knocking, sir.
But it was like
But-
4 feet long and like 2 feet wide. It was huge. It was like one of those like cartoon video game
Yeah.
swords. And I did want to pull over and be like, listen.
I would
need to
I
know
would
what
want to
this
ask
is
that
for.
guy a question.
Okay, so you could go to the Comic-Con and
Yeah.
ask
All
these
right.
guys questions.
All
I mean,
right.
maybe we should. Maybe we should go and send you as our break room
Yeah.
reporter where you could interview these guys.
Okay.
And gals.
There you go.
No, because you're too scared. You ask the questions you want to actually ask.
Well, the guy's got a foam sword.
I'm sorry, what?
A foam sword. I always told that's how you say it.
Oh, what
Sword.
happened? You kill me for years because I say
Sword.
the W because the word has a W, and now all of a sudden, look who's coming around. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You know, Tommy, it used to be you were in a monogamous relationship or you were cheating on someone.
Yeah.
Right? It's no longer that way.
What do they got now?
Well, there are a ton of different relationships with different terms that are kind of hard to keep up with. And today we have
A new term?
I guess.
All right.
It's hard to tell if this is like a legitimate thing that people agreed to, because it sounds a lot like the relationships men and women were in the 1950s and 60s.
Oh. Like a Mike and Edie, my parents' situation?
I think you can make that argument. I mean, we don't have proof of it, but it is funny, like even with new terms, how eventually everything kind of just comes back around to the way it was.
Old is new again?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I guess you can make the argument with all the vintage stuff becoming popular, this would be one of them.
Okay.
We'll tell you what a polyamorous relationship is.
Polyamorous?
And if you are in a polyamorous relationship, I don't think you want to be. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. It's hard to keep up with all the terms for relationships now.
Oh, yeah.
And it does feel like these are things we've all heard of before, just with like fancy new ways to describe them. This one in particular, I think is just that. Because back in the day, this is something women especially may have had to deal with. But there's a reason. Why today someone would be dealing with something like this is hard to understand.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9:30 this morning, around that time yesterday, we were telling you about Mike White, former Jets and Dolphins quarterback who had signed with the Bills practice squad.
Oh, collapsible boy.
You got it. And how uncomfortable it was going to be because multiple Bills almost legitimately killed him in a game 2 years ago. Mike White spoke.
Oh, he did?
Yesterday, yes. And it looks like we got answers to some of the questions we had yesterday.
Cool.
We'll play you that audio just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you've heard of a monogamous relationship.
Sure.
That's two people having sex with each other and only each other forever.
That's it.
No funny business. Are you familiar with the term polyamorous relationship?
I am not.
Okay. That is having more than one sexual relationship at a time with the consent of all parties.
Okay.
So, like, I'm married to my wife, but I can also bang some other women.
But she's in on it.
Yes.
Right.
And it's not swinging per se, but you can go out and bang and it's cool. Today, we introduce you to a new term.
What do they got now?
Say hello to polyamory.
Polyamory?
Yep. Kimmy, do you know polyamory?
No.
Being polyamorous means you are in a relationship where one or both of the parties tolerates the other having an outside partner.
So you don't want anything else.
No.
Other.
Okay. You're not happy that
I'm
you're
tolerating your behavior.
Exactly. Thank you. So now, Kimmy, it's possible that you're also sleeping with somebody else. In a polyamorous relationship, I am great with you having another sexual partner because I'm doing the same thing. In a polyamorous relationship,
Oh, so I could also. So both partners could potentially be doing it, even though they're not happy about it.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I've met these people.
Yes.
And now I realize
Okay.
I've met these people.
Polyamorous partners.
So I was at a party one time.
Okay.
Where the woman there was complaining, and her husband is there.
Yeah.
She goes, yeah, he sleeps with every 20-year-old at the office, and he thinks it's funny. And he was like, yeah, he was like laughing about it.
Wait, legit?
Yeah. And like they were both, she was tolerating his behavior. So that would be that, right?
I mean, I guess.
She ain't cheating.
Well, I guess if
she's
he's-
making a joke, but she's still with them. They're going to go home together.
I mean, they describe it as the elephant in the room that nobody brings up seriously. So I
So
guess
isn't that
that's
just kind of like you're dating a cheater and you're okay with it?
So that's
Yeah,
where this gets.
exactly.
But that's where this gets weird. So it's such a new term, polyamory, that we don't have numbers to back up how common it is. Not that you get real numbers anyway.
Right.
Folks are going to have to admit it. But there are public examples of this, like the Clintons, for example.
Yeah.
Right,
Oh,
Bill?
yeah, that's got to be number one.
He gets caught dead nuts having an affair. She didn't say a word about it to anyone. They are still together, whatever it is, right? And, I mean, we also see it in real life, too. I mean, I think we all know people who discovered their partners were messing, but that didn't end the relationship.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
But is this? Maybe this falls into this category too. But is this like a conversation of somebody telling their partner, "Hey, I'm gonna go do this," and that person's like, "All right, I'm not happy about it,
Go
but
get 'em."
I still want to stay with you, so go do that." Like, is this them giving them a heads up that it's coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Or is this sneaking around and you're just turning the other way?
I don't know. Would it matter?
No, I mean, if you're not happy with it, you're not happy with
mean,
it, no
it's a
matter
sad-
how it's happening.
yeah, it's a very sad relationship
Yeah.
that you're like living like with these people and you don't like it.
Oh,
But
it's a sad relationship?
yeah.
Because someone I know was in a polyamorous relationship.
No.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah. He's wearing maroon shoes and khaki
Like mine?
pants. Yeah, just like you. He looks like he's doing a Gap commercial from 1995.
What are you talking about?
Everybody in chinos. Your first marriage was a polyamorous
But she
relationship.
didn't know it.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
thing. Yeah,
you're right.
she
Yeah.
would have to know.
Okay, I take it back. I'm sorry. You
No,
just
I did cheat on my first wife, but yeah.
Okay. My apologies.
I'm a cheater. Excuse me.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Do you think you could ever find yourself in a polyamorous relationship?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
And I'm asking everybody listening, 252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy, how about you?
I don't think so, because I think even if you were not even okay with it, even if you let it happen initially and just thought we're going to get through it, I would think that would wear on you to the point where eventually you're going to say, I don't want to do this anymore.
And you have no respect for that partner. Like, and at least I had the decency. I'm going to say this. I had the decency to cheat on her behind her back. This is like rubbing
Wait,
it.
stop.
Okay, all
That
right,
was a
all right.
serious statement you just made.
I can't.
Get him.
What do you mean you had the decency to cheat on her behind her
I
back?
didn't rub it.
Don't you think the decent thing would be tell her and let her make the decision?
No, but this is like rubbing it in her face.
No. She asked you a question.
Because I'm saying if you're rubbing it in her face, at least she has the option to walk away knowing the truth.
But I still wouldn't respect you.
So then why
Okay,
you
but
with her?
that's why she would walk away. You're giving her, like, you didn't respect her by cheating on her.
And like everyone, I mean, there were people that knew.
I didn't want to hurt her feelings.
So then why did you cheat on her?
Because she was lousy.
Okay, so why'd you marry her?
Because I'm stupid.
Okay.
I mean, I do have answers.
No,
you may not like them.
No, these are not answers because you could
Stupid and lazy and lousy. I mean, she was.
There's no way to go through life.
She was lousy.
Okay, fine, but like
And I'm a kid.
But
you
people
know?
knew you were cheating on her, right?
Some people did.
Okay, so you were embarrassing her also without her knowing it.
Right. But I kind of think that's a polite way of doing it, and I'm not.
She was being made a fool of without being aware she was being
right.
made a fool
So
of.
she's totally ignorant
Until it was over.
And
No,
by
she
the way,
never
she
knew.
was.
My ass, she never knew. You don't think she ever found out?
I know.
First of all, I never saw her.
I think it's pretty rare that
She don't play.
person never finds out.
Oh no, she did eventually. Yeah.
That's what I just said.
But I never directly told her, and it was probably years later she
You're
probably
not
found out.
defending anything. You're just.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I have needs you are not meeting.
Oh my God. Okay.
And I don't want to
Nobody
hurt
asked
you.
why you were cheating.
Why? Why was it cheating?
No, I'm saying nobody asked why you cheated.
Yeah. We know why you cheated.
Yeah.
You're a dick.
I also have needs. Don't dicks have needs? Put that on a T-shirt.
Don't
Sell it.
get arrested. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about a term called a polyamorous relationship.
This is my parents.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what I immediately
Oh, yeah.
thought of, and what's so funny about this. Now, before we get to that, polyamorous relationship is defined by one person in the relationship is sleeping with other people, and I guess it could be both. And the other person knows they tolerate it, but they don't like it. So I'd asked Kimmy if you could ever be in a polyamorous relationship. You said no. Tommy, you said no. And of course, the knee-jerk reaction is no. Until maybe you're in the middle of it.
Oh.
Because like you'd like to think you have too much pride to let that happen.
Right.
But there are factors that can change your mind. Kids, finances, fear of being alone.
Yeah.
And that last one, fear of being alone, it's sneaky powerful. Because there is an age, Tommy, and you know this very well, where splitting with someone you've had in your life for a long time is scary.
Yeah.
And it feels like you might be too old to find companionship with anybody else.
I do know people that were in that boat where they split, they say, in their 50s, right? And 10 years later, she takes him back. And it was all him.
Yeah.
Piece of crap, but he's got nothing. And she takes him back.
I mean, part of it's loneliness. Part of it is having empathy and sympathy for this
They feel
person.
sad for the guy. Even though, man, he whored around on her like crazy. And all of a sudden, they're back together. And I was like, I don't get it.
And to that point, it raises an interesting question, right? What's better? Being with someone who wants to be in a relationship with you and is out cheating on you, or being completely alone? And I think that is something that men and women discover one day out of nowhere at a certain age. Maybe that's what I have to face. What's the right way to go? Because you said I wouldn't respect her and I wouldn't respect myself. Right? Yeah. But at the same time, what are you going to go? You want to go live in a studio apartment? Right? You want
Right, your lifestyle, your whole lifestyle could change.
You want to take your clothes down to the laundromat? You want to do that?
Hey, meet nice people down there.
Or just having you're so used to you both playing different roles and taking care of certain things, and when that half goes away, you're like, oh crap, I gotta figure all that stuff out that he or she was taken care of for so long.
Yeah, I mean, Kimmy, to that point, I think that way more people unknowingly would be okay with a polyamorous relationship than they think.
Yeah. And you may already be in one.
Well, no.
And not even realizing it.
You would have to know.
Yeah,
but like
that's
not
part of
even
this.
waking up to it. Like not reading the tea leaves of what's going on.
If you aren't explicitly aware that they aren't cheating on you.
Then it's not.
Well, here, let me ask you this. So like my mother and my father.
Yes.
I never cheated on your mother. But I mean, there's a million telltale signs.
Sure.
And I know she knew down deep. Like after a while, it had to click and she just played dumb. And I think she was in it
Okay.
and play dumb to it.
Okay.
Like and I almost think sometimes you can lie to yourself to believe what you're seeing. You know what I mean? Or not seeing.
But now we're splitting hairs there, because if she's lying to herself to the point where she doesn't actually think it's happening, then she doesn't believe it's
almost
happening.
like you're brainwashed.
No, I get that.
Yeah,
That I
man.
understand.
But
Well, and your mom, even though, she was a fully capable person of being on her own, she relied on your dad for everything, because that's just how their relationship was.
And she did everything for him.
Mhm.
And I'm sure, and you're not going to like this, but I'm sure she did everything he wanted in bed.
No, I mean, I like that. She did everything like that for me, too. Yeah. I got all polyamory all up in your mom's polyamory.
Just give me a swallow.
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
It's your mom.
She's gone.
She took too much of a swaller. Choked on a swaller is how she went down. Old Edie Muley.
Choked on a swaller down in the holler.
Did you just do a Ribs Arkansas song about your mom choking on bats?
Sometimes these things just come to you, man. You can't let it. You got to get it out, man. You just got to get it out. But no. I think she tossed and turned in bed for the guy, and he still cheated on her.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it's funny how you sit here and you go, my poor mother, my poor mother, my poor mother, and then what you just described that you did in your first marriage is exactly that.
All right.
No, your dad, Kimmy, what I heard, he was a hero. He was a good guy because he never let his wife find out about it. That would have been the mean thing to do.
In my defense, my first wife didn't do all those things in the dark.
Like your mother did.
Yes.
Kimmy, help me.
Again.
Help me.
I would say yes.
I'm done. I'm done with today's show.
My mother had a beautiful body, and she gave it all to him.
I don't even know where we're going anymore. I'm lost.
What?
He just said it to a microphone.
You're not even talking about what we're talking about.
Well, no, we're talking about women.
He just said it to a microphone.
Yes.
That if his mother had if his then wife had the sexual prowess that his mother had, he wouldn't have cheated on his first wife.
Yes, what's wrong with saying that?
I don't think that would have stopped you from cheating, I'm going to be honest. It doesn't even sound
You're
like
just going to blow past the fact that he wished his mother his first
of
wife
all
was
the
as good
creepy
as
things he says.
Because
I don't think you liked this person. I don't think you respected your first wife.
I
I don't think it would have mattered what she did. I think you were going to cheat regardless. I think you were just a piece of crap.
Well, you're saying that you never met the woman. That you're like saying I'm a piece of crap.
I'm just going off of what you tell me.
You never met Linda Brady?
Is that her real name?
Yes.
You monster.
What? You know how many Linda Bradys there are in the world?
How about there's one left? Wouldn't it be funny if there's one left? You just said her name and do it. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this term. It's called a polyamorous relationship. It's not monogamy, where you're exclusive with somebody else. It's not polyamory, where you are both out having sex with whoever you want, but you're still a relationship. This is when one person in the relationship is cheating, the other is aware of it, tolerates it, but does not like it. And along the lines of this conversation with your mom and your dad, all these new words for like relationships now, it seems very millennial and Gen Z, right? Like, it's too much to handle.
They're just labeling things that already exist.
And that's just it.
Yeah.
But polyamory in that one, maybe one of the few alternative lifestyles that was more common back in the day than what it would be now. Because, there's a debate to be had about your mother, whether or not she knew. But no doubt, our mothers and grandmothers, there are plenty of them that were aware that their husbands were out there cheating.
It used to be boys will be boys.
Exactly.
Men sometimes they have needs and want to run wild.
And the social pressures of staying with that guy who brought you to the dance back in the day. It doesn't seem like a 35 or 40-year-old single mother in the 50s was something that men were beating down the door to get.
No.
So, we have this argument now, or this discussion now, think about being 50 or 60 and now being alone. Back then for those women, if you were 30 with a kid,
you were alone.
Thank you.
No man wanted you.
I mean, we could have had a country where 70% of our grandparents were living in polyamorous relationships, right?
I remember my grandmother would say, why would you date a woman that had been married before? Why would you lay in another man's filth? Is the way she put it.
Whoa! That was a real thing?
Oh, yeah. She goes, it's a sin to lay in another man's filth. So if you don't do that. It's a sin. But that's the way they thought.
Okay.
Even if they were just two divorced people?
Yeah. The woman was basically soiled. And that's coming from a woman's
Man,
perspective.
it sucked to be a woman back in the day.
Oh, it was misery. It wasn't fun.
No, like I do find it funny, right? Because people do still, despite the fact that we know all these things about our
Yeah.
parents and our grandparents, or at least other people's parents or grandparents, right?
Love
People,
like that.
yes, people
Doesn't
still
exist
pine.
anymore.
I mean, but it's funny. Like even in the moment, we knew it was messed up because like. Half of the country songs in the 60s and 70s were women begging other women to stop having sex with their husbands.
Yeah.
Like, you could do a 5-album compilation of only women country songs asking women to stop knobbing their husbands.
Yes, where's my man?
Thank you. Right?
He just stepped out for a swallow.
You were going to say, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
We did get a tweet to that point about it already existing. Chuck says, anyone who's been in a relationship where their partner cheated is instantly in a polyamorous relationship until the end of the relationship.
Okay, that's a good point.
Because there is not everybody who finds out their partner's been cheating breaks up right away, right? So for a certain period of time, you may be in one
Tolerating.
not even, like trying to figure out what happens next.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
You got to let all the cheating dust settle.
I always found that funny too, right? Like, give me a couple of days to figure out what I want to do here. It's going to take way longer than a couple of days, right? Like,
and your emotions are going to change over time about that whole situation.
I really hope I'm never in that spot.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
you're supposed to say.
does.
You're supposed to say. You'll never be in that spot.
You'll never be in that spot.
You'll never have to worry
what do you
about
know?
that.
You mean it'll run at it?
What'd you hear? I really hope I'm never in that spot.
What am I supposed to say? I ain't never gonna be in that spot, buddy.
Wait, Rapper's back again? All right, let's take a break. There is a man who showed up in Buffalo for the first time yesterday, at least the first time as a member of the Bills, because he's been here before.
Yeah.
This dude seems hilarious.
Oh, really?
Well, because we were asking questions after what had happened to him the first time he played a game in Buffalo. How are his new teammates going to react? Teammates that almost killed him straight up.
So he's got a sense of humor about it.
Oh, boy, does he.
Okay.
Now, we got some audio we want to play you, and we have an answer to one of the questions that we asked about how awkward this first interaction would be. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We have answers to questions we asked this time yesterday.
Wow.
And I got to say, man, I mean, the guy obviously is having a hard time sticking around the league on a roster, but I'm happy to have this guy on our team.
Okay.
Because he seems like a good dude. And I guess when you have this job, you would have to have this kind of personality. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you were listening around this time yesterday, one, it means you're cool.
Oh, yeah.
Because you listen to the break room on a regular basis. But more importantly, we were talking about the Bills signing quarterback Mike White to their practice squad. And we knew Mike White. We had a history with Mike White as Bills fans. He was the gentleman who, as Jenna Cottrell from 13 Wham put it, was cracked like a glow stick during a game 2 years ago in Orchard Park. He broke 5 ribs in a game against the Bills.
And went back in.
Yep, Matt Milano folded him in half. He left the game, went into the locker room. They put him back in the game, and he just proceeded to get slaughtered.
Yeah.
Slaughtered the entire game by a Bills defensive line and linebacking core while he was behind a porous offensive line. He played in Miami last year. The Dolphins cut him in training camp. The Bills, with questions to their backup quarterback position, signed him earlier this week to their practice squad. And we had talked about yesterday how awkward it's going to be when he runs into Matt Milano in the dressing room.
Yeah.
Because Matt Milano put him through the worst pain in his life.
Mm-hmm.
I had forgotten that defensive tackle Ed Oliver also had a vicious hit on him after he broke his ribs.
Yeah.
So I bring that up for a reason.
All right.
Mike White was he did his first interview as a member of the Buffalo Bills practice squad yesterday, and he came right out and addressed what had happened. Now, he said he got in that trouble in Buffalo because he has this like tougher than nails mentality.
All right.
And I'll let Mike
takes it.
Yeah, and we had asked yesterday, like, do you come up and apologize to Mike White if you're a
what's
member
that
of the
interaction
Bills?
going to be like?
Is he the first one that addresses it to the other guys? Because it's the elephant in the room, right? This is what Mike White had to say.
Yeah, the no fear thing has kind of bitten me in the butt a couple of times because when I go to Highmark, I'm sure there's going to be a piece of my rib on the 30-yard line. But I did see Ed. Ed came up and apologized to me. And no, my one condition for signing here was I just can't be locker mates with Matt Milano. No, I'm just kidding. No, honestly, the ribs are good. The ribs are good. 2 years later, we finally healed.
Okay, first off.
2 years.
And I still don't believe ribs are good.
I can breathe.
The way that he said
No,
it.
but seriously, guys.
Ribs are good. Ribs are good. Ribs are fine. So we discovered that Ed Oliver, Bill's defensive tackle, did approach him
That's
and
funny.
apologize
All right.
to him.
Nice of Ed.
I mean, I wonder if there's...
Broke the ice like he broke the ribs.
I wonder if there's legitimate guilt from NFL players when stuff like that happens.
Especially when you're just beating on a team, you know what I mean? Like it was just one of those things where this guy, it's not like you took out like, you know, a superstar that had a big career ahead of him.
And it's not like it's a play, Kimmy, that's going to affect the outcome of the
Right,
game. The
right.
game was well within
You
hand.
just hurt the guy.
Yes.
Yeah, but you were doing your job. It wasn't a dirty hit.
Agreed.
I got to think if Ed Oliver goes up and apologizes, it's the polite thing to do. I don't believe him.
Okay.
I guarantee you, when he hit that guy, it had to be euphoric, man. He was getting a clean shot on a dude, which is his job.
Sure, yes.
The crowd goes insane.
Absolutely.
You feel invincible for a half a second. That was awesome.
I'm not saying he did anything wrong, and I agree with everything you're saying. I'm talking about afterwards when you see the aftermath of what you did. Because we want to believe that all these players that play on opposing teams hate each other,
Yeah.
right? And that makes the game great. We're good. But the fact of the matter is, they're all in the same job. They all belong to the same union.
They'll all be on the same team one day.
And I mean, the money that they make and the longer the careers that their opponents have, the better money that guy's going to make.
But
so
can that get in your head, though?
I don't know.
Because then you'd hesitate.
Yeah, you're right.
And you can't hesitate in this league, son.
Shut up. We're not in the
It's
league.
the
right
NFL.
now.
You know what it stands for?
What's that?
Don't hesitate.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't think guys are out there.
DHFL.
Yeah, I think if a guy ended another guy's career due to injury, I think that guy's going to feel bad about it.
Okay.
Luckily, that didn't happen with Mike White.
So who was the? I'm blanking. It wasn't T. Higgins. Was it T. Higgins, the receiver who put his head down and he was the one that put his helmet in the chest of Damar
I think
Hamlin?
so, yeah.
And he had talked about how guilty he felt
He
in the
was,
moment.
yeah.
And again, it's a freak thing. You can't prevent that from happening. He didn't do anything wrong either, but he felt
Bothered
guilt
him,
for that.
yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because our jobs in this room is to be jerks.
Sure.
Yeah. And people have filtered in and out of here over the years, and we've been, we made fun of them to their faces.
We have made fun of them.
And some
Yeah.
people have gotten hurt.
Yes.
And I feel offended and won't even come down here anymore.
Sure.
Do you ever lay in bed at night and go, I feel bad about that guy?
There are people, yes.
I feel no
Not
shame
a
on
single
any.
time?
No, man.
That's a lie. Because,
Really?
no,
You've
I'm not
never
gonna
felt bad about it? Like, there aren't people in your past that you're like, you know what, they were a nice person. I could have been a little nicer.
Okay, but nothing recently.
No, man, I will say this. On a weekly basis, there will be a conversation that we have where I'll be driving home and be like, that was too harsh.
Really?
That doesn't happen to you?
You don't have any regrets for things that come out of your mouth?
No, it's what we do.
No, don't get me wrong. There are people that don't talk to us anymore where I'm like, okay, good riddance on that
Right.
one. No, but
by the way, you're welcome.
I can't sit here, but that was my fault. I can't sit here and say I don't feel guilt because, no, there is guilt that I feel for that.
No, I just feel we're doing our job. That's what they're paying us to do.
No, it's not our job. Our job is to do an entertaining radio show. Our job
Right,
is
but
to
if
be
a few people
dicks.
get hurt,
Okay.
and we'll get to the entertainment eventually. No, I don't feel bad. I mean, there's people I could care less.
I feel like you're trying to be tough guy right now.
No, I'm not trying to be tough. I'm just trying to say, if you come in here, this is what you get.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Baby.
I'm supposed to be mean to you. And by the way, like, you talk like you only insult them on the air.
Well, no, I've done it up there, too, yes.
That's not really part of your job.
It's tough to turn it up, baby.
No, here's how I know you feel guilty because you run the hell out of here every single day, so you're not confronted with anything you've done in the past.
Well, I don't want to deal with
That's
it.
what I mean. So that means there is guilt.
Not so much
Why don't
guilt.
you tell them? You just say, it's part of my job. I don't know what
It's
you
just-
want from me.
I don't think it's guilt. I think it's more that I'm
Fear.
a coward.
Okay. Doesn't guilt come from cowardice?
It
Aren't you a
doesn't to
coward
me.
due to okay?
I mean, maybe I'm special where I have coward, no guilt.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. We're talking about Mike White. He met the Bills media yesterday for the first time as a member of the Bills practice squad. Said that Ed Oliver, one of the guys who got a vicious hit on him in that broken ribs game, did come up and apologize to him. He made a joke about
Class act.
He had said, part of my rib is still at the 30-yard line. Very funny. Said that one of his conditions of signing with the team was not being locker mates with Matt Milano. Very funny. And something becomes very apparent in his interaction yesterday. And I guess when you stand back and look at the league at a whole, on the whole in this position, if you're going to survive as a backup quarterback in the NFL, you have to have the world's best sense of humor.
Yeah, because you're kind of like nobody wants to see you on the field, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you have to.
If
you're
you're
right.
there, team ain't doing too good right now.
Like, think about this. There used to be this saying that the most popular player in the NFL was every backup quarterback. And there was a time. Thank you, where that was true because the league had enough. There were so few teams.
Yeah.
You had legitimate players that were backing up legitimate players. Now, with 32 teams in the NFL, the second you see that backup quarterback on the field, you're devastated.
Yeah,
right?
they've called guys out of retirement to be backup quarterbacks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like, you're aware as that backup quarterback that the second you step on the field, fans are furious.
Yeah.
The hope is gone. They're going to hate you.
The hope is gone, but do you think it doesn't take much to exceed expectations?
You think?
Because I don't think people have, like I don't think like people think you're going to come in and win the game for everybody. I think if you do that, you've exceeded expectations.
Oh, I think you're wrong. I think that when, like, there's a common saying, like, I don't need a backup quarterback to be the guy before. We just need him, to win 2 out of 3 games when he's in there if the quarterback misses time. You know how hard it is to win 2 out of 3 games in the NFL, right? You win 2 out of 3 games in the NFL, you've got 11, 12 wins.
I think
You've won your
I think
division.
when the backup quarterback goes in, people are like, "Oh, there goes the game," and then that's you can only prove people wrong from that point.
All right.
I don't know.
Maybe you're right. I guess what I'm getting at is
What's that?
I don't know. I would not be able to have the mental headspace where if I walked in a room to do my job and everyone looked me in the face and went, "Well, this is a failure." Like, how would you go to work every day?
Yeah, that'd be tough.
You got to be a little bit screwy, and not just playing in the NFL, but playing in the NFL where you being there makes everyone else worry.
It's never a good situation.
Right? You also, I kind of feels like being a backup quarterback in the NFL, you also have to be a good guy.
Well, you have to put your ego aside because you're the side guy.
I don't mean that. You either have to be really entertaining
Yeah.
or someone that everybody likes.
So you got to have charm.
Gotta
Yes, I
hype
think
up
so.
the team.
And I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
A man who we know in Buffalo very, very well.
Who's that?
His career may have finally come to an end. Because over the weekend, or earlier this week, former Buffalo Bills starting opening day quarterback Nate Peterman.
He's still hanging.
He was released by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Man, I can't believe he's still around.
And that's what's insane about that.
Yeah.
Because he had his infamous 5-interception half in 2017.
Wow.
It's Josh's first year, right?
No, it was the year before Josh's first year. Tyrod was the starter. He replaced Tyrod in Los Angeles, and everything went to hell.
Okay.
He started the opening game the next season, at least the opening half, and then Josh took over at halftime because he kept turning the ball over again. He's statistically the worst quarterback in NFL history.
Wow.
It's not even being mean. That is, there are numbers to back that up.
All right.
And that man, the worst quarterback in NFL history, had a career from 2017 until today.
And he's a multimillionaire.
Most likely.
It
Can
has to be.
we look up the career earnings of Nate Peterson? He was bouncing back and forth
But
between
still, like,
active
they
and-
make hundreds of thousands of dollars just being bounce around guy.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying he was on the practice squad for half his
Yeah.
career, so that's like $200,000 a year. I mean, it's good. It's a good living, $250,000 a year.
Yeah, no kidding,
But
man.
I'm saying he may not be financially set for life.
I bet you he's rich.
No, sure, yes. Then you were richer than you or I.
I want to say he's worth 10 mil.
No, there's no chance.
His total guaranteed money is about $2.4 million.
Okay, so
Great.
that's pretty damn good.
But that's what he made with the Raiders.
No, that
No,
was
that's
his
like
entire career.
it seems like that's the total.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
2.4
all right.
mil. Which,
Yeah,
by
so
the way,
I said between $2 and $10 million.
but like that guy, other than him being a good dude, there is no excuse for that man having a job with the Bills. I guess the Bills made their mistake. Okay, whatever.
But
then
he shouldn't have a job.
No, he ended
Kept
up
getting chances everywhere he went.
Chicago,
Yeah.
Los Angeles, or Las Vegas, bouncing back and forth. I know I'm forgetting a
L.A.,
team.
the Sunset Strip.
Dip, 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 dip. The only way that guy survived was because he had to be a good dude.
Right,
And you
yeah.
even remember Sean McDermott.
Well,
when
he said he was like more of a teacher, I guess, than a player.
Teaching what?
everything I do, don't.
Accuracy.
But like, I mean, McDermott, I remember when they finally released him, was borderline emotional about it. And he talked
He
about
liked the kid.
he liked Nate Peterman a lot.
Yeah.
Enough to give him an opening day start for a
Yeah.
half, right? So like maybe the key to making the NFL isn't to have a strong
Be a
arm.
coach's pet.
Yeah, I mean that, or just be like the coolest guy in the room.
Be the funny
It
guy.
helps. I think that's why they kept bringing back Matt Barkley for so long,
Good
right?
call,
I
yeah.
think he and Josh just got along. It seemed like.
Well, look at Fitzpatrick, man. He's charming as hell. I
Yeah,
mean,
nailed
he's parlayed that into a whole nother career.
Yes, and I mean that guy was brought in to be the backup quarterback every single place he went.
Mm-hmm.
People just liked him around.
Yeah.
Although I'm guessing if you're the starting quarterback, you weren't happy to see
No,
Ryan Fitzpatrick to be your
that's
backup.
bad luck for you.
You're going down, baby. All right, we come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on C. That's going to be a Rabaroo.
Adios, Thursday Rabaroo.
For a Thursday break from CMF that makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we going to creep.
No, we're not actually, because we're still dealing with the computer system. Well, what do you want from me, man? I didn't do nothing. You want a dry creep, Cap? You want a dry creep?
Nobody wants that.
It might hurt in the beginning. But after a while, it could feel good.
Not with you, it won't.
I see I'm working on next week's.
Barren down there. Sahara Desert. Tomorrow in the break room, we are less than a week away from back to school for most kids here in Rochester, which is a celebration for parents. But there's an interesting trend happening.
What's the trend?
Well, we knew 2 years ago that homeschooling spiked in across America and in the greater Rochester area. We're also seeing numbers now that public school
enrollment?
Yeah, thank you. Jeez. Is down. We're also seeing that private school enrollment is up, but it's not up with the same kids. The bottom line is this. People are bouncing around with different places for their kids to get their education. For example, they'll be in public school 1 year, then they'll move them to a private school.
So they're bouncing around?
Yes, then they'll try homeschool, then they'll go back to a private school. It seems to be a trend based on the numbers that's happening. And this was never something, Tommy, well, I'm not going to... Not for you, and that's why this is so interesting, because this is the life that you lived when you were a kid. But, Kimmy, most kids that we knew, unless there was like an incident somewhere...
Yeah. No, I can't remember a lot of kids bouncing around.
So, I mean, you
like
hear...
just because they wanted to try something new.
Or the parents wanted to put them in a better situation, what they thought was better.
Yeah.
You hear that, Kimmy, and your immediate knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, this is wrong. But were our parents shortchanging us by not trying to put us in a situation where we would have been doing better?
Oh, finding a better option
No,
for you.
I don't know what the answer is. I'm just trying to be as open-minded as possible because I was surprised by
Finding
these
the right fit for the kid.
And that's just it. And there are parents that I know have done exactly this.
Yeah, it worked for me.
But that's what I mean.
That's what I mean. Like your kid could just start blaming the elements and not, you know what I mean? Like I could see myself as a kid, well, I'm just going to try. It's got to be this school is why I'm not doing well. I'll try it over here, you know?
Yeah.
Like it could just be moving the problem around.
We'll get to it and have this discussion tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. And we have a very unique man who even at his age went to 75 schools when he was a kid.
I got bounced out of state. I went to one school that was almost 700 miles away from my parents.
And it still wasn't far enough from your father.
I got thrown out of Florida. Nobody gets thrown out of Florida. Everybody's welcome.
So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who was mean to everybody today.
Wasn't mean.
He yelled at me. He yelled at
I
Tommy.
didn't yell at you.
Oh, you were snippy. You were a snappy chappy.
I don't recall being angry today.
I don't recall.
Man, it's like arguing with my wife, bro. I don't even remember.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna do the pat face right now.
Don't laugh at her. We're on the same team.
That's a good face.
For Tommy Muley, who doesn't ever win anything because he abandons his teammates immediately. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.